A few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250. Say Mike Rowe and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250. Say Mike Rowe and let the savings begin.
WICC. This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
From ABC News, I'm Brian Clark. Almost 6 months since the U.S. first attacked Iran, new concerns in Washington. One focuses on reports of a dwindling stockpile of air defense missiles. ABC's Louis Martinez covers the Pentagon.
We're talking about the THAAD missile system. We're talking about the Patriot missile system. A think tank earlier this month put out information that said that the Patriot missiles have been depleted by 2/3 and the THAADs by half. We have confirmed that reporting. We also know from U.S. officials that the number of ATACMS and PRISM missiles are, quote, extremely low.
The White House has pushed back on reports of shortages. Another concern focuses on how casualties are counted. The Pentagon said there was a technical error, and today Senate Democrats introducing legislation to end that practice. Democratic Senator Tammy Duckworth of Illinois said this affects pensions and benefits.
Well, it's about being, first and foremost, upfront and honest with the American people. Trump's illegal war is deeply unpopular, and he knows it.
The FDA has approved Moderna's mRNA flu vaccine for adults over 50.
The shot was found to be 27% more effective than the standard vaccine. The new approval comes after an intense flu season last year that saw some of the highest rates of doctor's visits, hospitalizations, and deaths from the virus.
That's ABC's Yuri Benejab. A Senate committee voted to hold Dr. Anthony Fauci in contempt of Congress for refusing to answer questions last week. Chair Rand Paul says he'll refer the matter directly to the Department of Justice. Meanwhile, Todd Blanche's bid to lead the department as Attorney General still uncertain, as some Republicans threaten to vote no.
Cassidy actually did speak yesterday, to which he said that he's worried that Trump is just basically going after his political enemies. And I'm sure behind closed doors, he wants assurances from Todd Blanche that that is not his intention, that he doesn't view himself as Trump's personal attorney.
You're listening to ABC News.
You're listening to The Download on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Now, another in-depth interview with Lisa Wexler.
On January 1st, 2027, Connecticut's minimum wage will increase to $17.48 an hour. $17.48 an hour. I looked it up. That will make us the highest minimum wage in the country. Right now, the highest minimum wage in the country is Washington State, which is $17.11 an hour. We're going to be $17.48 an hour. Now, this is not something the governor did unilaterally. He did this with the consent of the legislature. What do you think about it? Are you happy, or do you have another adjective about knowing that here in Connecticut we are paying the highest minimum wage in the country? Highest minimum wage in the country as of January 1st, $17.48. Terry from Bridgeport. Hi, Terry. Welcome to the show.
Good morning, honey.
Good morning.
That is a very good minimum wage, considering in 1976, I worked in the laundry and made $2.97 an hour.
And when? In 1976? In 1977, I worked for TWA, and I was very excited because I was paid over minimum wage at $4.20 an hour, and I was delighted with myself. Yes, minimum wage was a heck of a lot lower. But you know what? The cost of living was lower too, Terry. It was.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But getting back to the speed cameras.
Yeah.
People forget that there are kids that have to go to summer school. And they take buses to summer school, or they have to walk to summer school. What's the difference?
Well,
you know,
I hear what you're saying. Are you trying to say that you think that these speed cameras are good?
In a way, yes. In a way, yes. But you've also got to remember there's kids.
I think that nobody is arguing that if you want to have a speed camera anywhere, you could put it are in or around the school, specifically around the school, and specifically around school hours, whatever the hours are, summer or winter, doesn't matter. I think that people are arguing that in the execution of the speed cameras, that's where the problem is, that, either it's an unrealistically low speed limit, or they're not given notice to slow down, or they're in places where they're not in a school zone. There's a lot of different arguments with where they are right now. But you saw that in Bridgeport, there's not going to be any speed cameras. You saw that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of schools in Bridgeport.
Well, they're not going to have them because it looks like the Bridgeport Council, the mayor, they were scared away by all of the controversy going on in neighboring Fairfield. And also they said Stratford. So they didn't want to step into it right now. They didn't want to step into it.
It's a shame. It really is.
Thanks, Terry. Thanks for the call, sweetheart. You be well. 203-333-9422. I want to get back to minimum wage for a minute, because when I was doing a fast search and I asked which state has the highest minimum wage, it said Washington, but it forgot D.C., which technically isn't a state. If you go to Washington, D.C. versus the state of Washington, the minimum wage is $17.50 an hour. But we're going to be right under that at $17.47 an hour in just a few months. The federal minimum wage, which is the floor that has to be set, that which below a state cannot go, is only $7.25 an hour. And the average of all the minimum wages in the country is only $9.29 an hour. With California, New York City, Washington, D.C., Washington State, and Connecticut are the only places that have rates above $16 an hour right now. So we are going to be at the very, very tip of the top of the scale, offering the highest minimum wage. Do you think that's a good thing or a bad thing? Do you think that it's going to serve us well in Connecticut to attract workers that we need for minimum wage jobs? Does it make it very, very difficult for businesses to survive? There's a couple of different ways to argue it depending upon which way your bread is buttered. 203-333-9422. 13 states in this country still have $7.25 an hour, the federal minimum wage. 13 states. Okay, so in Connecticut, $7.25 an hour versus, in let's say Oklahoma is one of them, $7.25 an hour versus coming to Connecticut. Does that mean the housing here is over twice the amount? I don't think so statistically. I don't think so. Or it depends on where you are in some of these states. Basically some states, they just don't want to force businesses to pay a higher minimum wage, what some might consider to be a living wage. $17 plus an hour is real money for people. It's not anything to be embarrassed of, be ashamed of, right? 203-333-9422. You realize the argument. The argument is, well, what are the minimum wage jobs? Well, some of them are basic cashier jobs when you're on your feet all day and you're doing cashier job. And so a business will look at the minimum wage for a human and look at what it costs to have a machine. And they'll say, over time, I think I'm going to have more machines than humans. So one can argue you bite your nose to spite your face. We'll have fewer jobs available at the minimum wage because companies can't sustain it. They'd rather invest in the technology. Nick from Fairfield. Hi, Nick. What do you think about this?
Hey, Lisa. How you doing today? I'm just wondering, isn't it kind of like forced inflation?
It's interesting. They think they're keeping up with existing inflation. That's an interesting way of looking at it. But that's what legislators think. They're reflecting the reality that there's already inflation and people can't pay their bills.
That's a fair point, but think about let's talk about the guy that makes $25 an hour. You just brought him closer to poverty by moving 17 up. So everything that costs a certain number, like let's say a gallon of milk or whatever, he's the guy that making $25 an hour used to be able to buy, let's say, 2.5 gallons of milk. Now he can only buy one because the cost of getting the milk there, the store, the employees, everything just goes up. So you just made more people poor than bringing up the bottom like that, in a sense.
Well, that's what people argue, that say that artificially trying to put pricing in the marketplace perverts the outcome. That's the argument, Nick, what you've just said. That is the argument. The other argument is that technology is going to replace people, because if I'm an owner of a store and I calculate that my investment in technology is a capital investment and it's going to pay off over 3 years, but in 3 years I won't need as many people, then maybe I make that investment and then I have fewer jobs.
So both outcomes are not good.
So neither one of those outcomes is good. That's right. But on the other hand, the other outcome in at least the short term is that people who are working these jobs now can maybe breathe easier and pay their rent and pay for their own quart of milk.
Yeah, and I've heard this said, and this is not my personal argument, but like minimum wage jobs were never meant to be careers.
That is often heard to be true. I'm not sure how true that is, but I have often heard that as well.
But let me just say this as an employer. Even if I did hire a guy at minimum wage, I don't personally want him to stay at minimum wage. I never would want to. I want my employees to improve and be better. But, obviously through almost like a merit of becoming invaluable to a company.
Right.
Not just because they showed up and they get the minimum wage and they should be able to survive just because they showed up. So I feel a little bit that way in a sense, But
usually when that happens, Nick, you're also expanding their role. You're giving them new skills. It's different. Usually if you're giving them a raise, right? So they're moving up a ladder, but somebody still has to do the original entry job.
That's correct. Or they just become more valuable. Like over time, you become more efficient at what you do. You're able to take on more. You're able to earn more, and you could always talk to your employer about how you can make more money. Any decent employer is going to be like, absolutely, we want you to do better. We do better when you do better. Mm-hmm. Everybody does. It's always mutual beneficial, but to force a high wage on companies, and then what happens is let's say there's companies that are paying guys $25, $35 an hour. You just cut down their buying power, so now you got to pay them more. So then services go up higher. As an owner of a company, I would just keep raising my rates, and of course, nobody's going to like that.
I think we're living in an extraordinarily inflationary time right now. I think that if we look around and we're fair about it, it's not only housing that's gone up, it is food, it is travel, basic transportation, any leisure, utilities. I don't think there's a sector of the economy that costs what it used to even 5 years ago. So I think the legislators basically felt like they were just giving working people a hand because they couldn't assume that their employers were going to allow their wages to go up to keep up with the existing inflation in other sectors. We'll see what happens, Nick. Economists never like this. The traditional economists, they don't like tinkering with the minimum wage too much because they think it artificially distorts the economy. But we'll see. We'll see what happens.
And it also could just devalue skilled workers because you're bringing them closer to that number.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Thank you, Nick. Thanks for the call. 203.
Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you. 203-333-9422. But there we are in Connecticut. So if you know anybody who is working in minimum wage or who wants to work and doesn't particularly feel they have skills that would go above a minimum wage job, they're already earning a very decent wage at over $16 an hour in Connecticut, which puts them at a handful of only a few places in the United States that have over $16. But in just a few months, it'll be over $17, which is, a lot of money. I mean, for minimum wage. It's over double the federal minimum wage, which is still in 13 states. 203-333-9422. In other Connecticut stories, this one neighboring New York, a New York ruling said that the law that we just passed that said that ICE could not put masks on to do their job in Connecticut, when a judge in New York looked at that in New York, a judge said that was unconstitutional on the ground of the supremacy clause. And Governor Lamont admits that our law in Connecticut is pretty much the same as the one in New York, although Attorney General William Tong is confident that law is going to survive scrutiny. a lot of people in Connecticut do not believe it will survive this kind of scrutiny because of the supremacy clause. Let's go to Barbara. Hi, Barbara. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. I really appreciate your show. I just want to say that from the start.
Thank you.
I am a business owner, and the concern about raising a minimum wage, similar to the last caller, is that other wages are not increasing. So the middle income wages are someone who is making $50,000 a year is not, their wages aren't going up. Mm-hmm. They're maybe getting cost of living increases, but they're not getting, big jumps in cost. And so for me, if I want to hire, a receptionist at my front desk, I could have paid that person, $20 an hour, which is $40,000 a year, which seems decent for a receptionist position. I don't consider that a minimum wage position, but now to be comparable or kind of move away from a minimum wage range, I now have to pay that person $25 an hour.
Right, because there's a stigma. And that's a very good point that you're raising, Barbara, because the minimum wage traditionally was kind of a benchmark for low-skilled work. And people
Correct.
that work that have a level of skill in their work, they don't want to be close to minimum wage because they feel, that that's not valuing their work enough. They want that yardstick away from minimum wage. So there's
but I
definitely
think that's true. I don't think that if you're doing unskilled minimum wage work, you shouldn't earn the same as somebody who's doing skilled work.
I agree with that. So with that, we both agree with that. So what you're saying is it's putting an upward pressure dynamic for people who want to pay people in that other range, because then they want to be a little bit more away from minimum wage, so they have to pay them more too. But in reality, you're saying it's difficult to pay them, or they're just not getting paid that. Is that what you're saying?
Well, it's difficult to pay them because my income is not going up.
There
so
it is.
I happen to work in healthcare, and the amount that I'm bringing in, like my revenue has been the same. This has been stagnant or the same for the last maybe 3 years. Mm-hmm. And so then I have to figure out a way to bring in more revenue. And the only way to do that is to increase the out-of-pocket costs to my clients, right? Like that. So it is, and I don't like to use the word trickle down because it's not like the right term probably, but
no, I hear you.
And end up causing a problem where I now have to pay people more, but my income isn't going up as a business owner necessarily. And the only way to make my business income go up in a world where all my other business costs are also going up, like my utilities, like all my services that I have to engage in my business to keep the doors open and the lights on, even my phone service just went up $700 a month to keep my phone going.
Wow.
And, so it's like, there's so many things that just keep going up that, like, what are we supposed to do as employers? And people keep talking about corporate greed, but like not all business owners are big corporations.
Most are not. The vast majority are not. If we didn't have small business owners, our economy would collapse. The vast majority of business owners are small business owners who have a real relationship with their employees and care about them. I know.
Right. And so it's sort of like by raising the minimum wage, it's almost counterintuitive to what the politicians are saying about how we have to lower the prices of everything else, yet you're going to increase the price of our labor, right?
Good point.
So we want to lower everybody's utility costs and lower taxes and lower all these other things, but it's okay to raise labor costs to keep up with the inflation of all these higher costs. It's sort of, you can't take one thing out of one pocket and put it in when you're not associating other things. It just doesn't help the situation, in my opinion. But
I hear
not that I want people to be living in poverty either.
Correct.
I don't,
No, I hear you.
I don't.
Right.
So anyway, I just wanted to share that.
No, it's a very good point. You're right. I mean, because you know what it is? A lot of the legislators, they want to legislate outcomes. They're not really that interested in process or what develop something into something else. They want to legislate outcomes. So they want people to get
and they
more money.
You know, they think they get votes by quick fixes and promises, right? Instead of looking at like what's best for us over a 5 or a 10-year plan. And the economy, if you listen, and you've said this before, if you listen to economists, like the economy works itself out if you just leave it alone.
I know.
But the more you mess with it, it tends to backfire.
It does backfire. When it comes to price setting, it does. But on the other hand, you know, you do want people who are doing these jobs and on their feet all day. You know, you don't want them to suffer too much, and you don't want them to have no incentive whatsoever to work either. You know, at some point, a minimum wage at $7.25 an hour, it pays to just stay home and not work at all. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's ridiculous.
Well, no, and certainly I don't think $7.25 is reasonable either. But that also, having grown up and worked through many minimum wage jobs, that's also what motivates you to not stay in a minimum wage job.
That's true.
You know?
That's a good point. That's a good point.
So.
It's at $17 plus an hour, for a lot of people, it's like maybe good enough. They don't have to, you know, maybe it's okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thanks, Barbara.
WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
A heat advisory will be in effect through tomorrow. Partly sunny, hot, and very humid the rest of this afternoon. There may be a random shower or thunderstorm in the upper 80s. A mild and muggy night on the way with a shower or thunderstorm in the mid-70s. Friday, scattered afternoon showers and thunderstorms, hot and humid. It'll be near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Pioric on WICC.
Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
It's August 6th. On this day in 1991, the world changed forever.
The very first website went online and marked the birth of the World Wide Web.
The #1 movie at the box office on this day in 2006 was Talladega Night.
Oh, I said with all due respect, that doesn't mean you get to say whatever you want to say to me. It sure as heck does. It's in the Geneva Convention. Look it up.
King of the road. In 2020, the U.S. COVID death toll reached 300,000. And on this day in 1960, The Twist, Chubby Checker's massive hit, was #1 on WICC. August 6th.
That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9. This is where Fairfield County comes for local news. WICC 600 and 95.9. The voice of Connecticut. WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Brian Clark. The White House is disputing reports that the war in Iran has led to a shortage of air defense missiles in the national stockpile. Mick Mulroy, an ABC News contributor, is a former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense.
We should be concerned. If the reports are correct, we have some, like the THAAD, that are down 80%. And that is significant in that not just our forces rely on these for defensive purposes, but so do our allies and partners in the region.
The Pentagon said that a technical error led to a change in how it was classifying casualties in Iran. Senator Tammy Duckworth of Illinois, a combat veteran, is today introducing a bill to prohibit these kinds of changes, saying the facts are important.
There is different statuses for how our service members are treated for their wounds and compensated if they are wounded or killed in a combat operation as opposed to a non-combat injury or death.
This morning, a Senate committee voted to hold Dr. Anthony Fauci in contempt of Congress over his refusal to answer questions last week about COVID-19. Chair Rand Paul said he'll refer the vote directly to the Department of Justice. Another company's under fire after acknowledging that one of its AI agents broke past company guardrails and targeted a separate company, says ABC's Alex Stone.
This time it's Meta, and they say that one of their AI models hacked into another company. This was during cybersecurity testing, very similar to what we've heard from the other companies recently. So Meta says it was a misconfiguration, is how they put it, by an independent company that does cybersecurity evaluations for Meta. And they say they inadvertently gave Meta's models access to the internet during this test, that normally it is enclosed and they don't have that access.
Health officials in Michigan say consumers there can resume their regular lettuce eating habits because cyclosporiasis cases in the state are declining. Michigan saw the bulk of the nationwide uptick. You're listening to ABC News.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from big wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
Republican Senators Bill Cassidy and Lisa Murkowski said they're not sure if they'll vote to confirm Todd Blanche as the Attorney General. ABC's Catherine Falders has more on what happens if President Trump's pick cannot secure the support he needs.
If he doesn't have the support, which is hanging by a thread, Trump has signaled is that he will just keep him acting Attorney General. He can do that, so not really much will change there. I guess the only thing that would change is that Todd Blanche would actually still be also the Deputy Attorney General, so it wouldn't allow Blanche to then put in a deputy under him. But for all intents and purposes, Blanche will still remain at the Justice Department.
Federal officials are investigating whether Iran was involved in the dozens of municipal water systems that have been targeted by online hackers over the last few weeks across the country. And those investigations now have some assistance.
This is Jim Ryan. Fighting back against the foreign-based cyber intrusions is a group of volunteer hackers here at home known as DEF CON Franklin. A team of 27 white hats has fanned out across 7 states to offer advice to small water departments on how to bolster their defenses against attacks, even from around the world. In some cases, it's simply a matter of changing default passwords or adding multi-factor authentication. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Kellogg says it's moving up the time frame to remove artificial colors from all of its cereals to the end of the year, 1 year ahead of schedule. Kellogg says it's identified fruit and vegetable-based juices that give cereals their colors. I'm Brian Clark, ABC News.
If you haven't switched to Pure Talk because you're not sure their coverage is every bit as reliable as big wireless, why not take them for a test drive? For a limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited data plan. No contracts, no commitments. Just a great deal on a high-speed network with unlimited data from an American wireless company. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A new Sacred Heart University poll conducted with WFSB Channel 3 and Connecticut Insider finds Connecticut voters are focused squarely on affordability heading into next week's primary elections, with the economy, housing costs, and energy prices topping the list of concerns. The survey found many voters feel the state's economy has worsened over the past year, with rising grocery costs, housing, and utility bills continuing to strain household budgets. Despite these concerns, most respondents still rated their overall quality of life in Connecticut as good, highlighting a mix of economic anxiety and optimism as voters prepare to head to the polls. Hamden State Representative and Democratic candidate for governor Josh Elliott is calling himself a, quote, black sheep. He says the moniker is representative of his origin story and standing as an outsider and nonconformist. Elliott is challenging incumbent Governor Ned Lamont, whose origin story comes from multi-generational wealth as the great-grandson of J.P. Morgan executive Thomas Lamont. Elliott, meanwhile, learned from his mother that his biological father was a sperm donor, and he says it gave him the sense growing up that he was surrounded by family that really wasn't his family. Elliott is hoping his bold, unconventional, quote, black sheep persona can lead to an upset win in the primary. And Connecticut Democratic Senator Chris Murphy and his ex-wife, Kathy Holohan, are officially divorced. Court filings indicate the divorce officially took place in late July. Holohan submitted the filing in Hartford District Superior Court, and it was granted by Judge Jason Lobo. The pair announced their separation in November of 2024, less than 2 weeks after the senator won a third term, and the two appeared together at Duncan Park to celebrate the win. They met at the University of Connecticut School of Law and were married in 2007. They have 2 teenage sons whom they will co-parent together. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95, a heavy wave out of Stamford. Looks like an accident in the mix between exits 6 and 9. Further north, about 35 minutes to go from Norwalk up to Bridgeport. A very heavy wave from exit 17 to Westport, getting up to the Fairfield Rest. Northbound on the Parkway, some extra company out of Stamford. Very busy into Westport. Again, about 30 to 35 minutes to go from Route 7 up to Route 8. Not too bad of a trip. Route 8 up into Derby and Shelton. Expect the construction to be setting up southbound after 6:30. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
A heat advisory will be in effect through tomorrow. A mild and muggy night on the way with a shower or thunderstorm in the mid-70s. Friday, scattered afternoon showers and thunderstorms, hot and humid near 90. Saturday, partly sunny and hot with a spot shower or thunderstorm in the afternoon in the upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
You know, I had this in the pile of stuff yesterday, and we got so into a bunch of different things with the license plate readers and the speed cameras and everything else. I do want to get to this because I don't know whether this is a good thing or not. And we have a lot of stuff coming up on the show today. Our pal, John McKinney will be behind the 5 o'clock hour. There's confusion over a new law regarding polling places for Tuesday. We'll talk about that. Hopefully we can connect with our buddy Greg Howard from the Republican House Caucus. He's a working police officer. But I saw this a couple of days ago, and this always fascinates me because it does generate some good talk here. The news on this came out a couple of days ago. This is the Fox News version of this. America hits a major milestone as daily marijuana use surpasses daily drinking. Daily marijuana use has surpassed daily drinking. A new survey is out there. It finds that 21.4 million Americans now use cannabis daily or nearly daily. I guess maybe it's like working out. You can't work out every day. All the physical therapy people say you got to take a day off or do your leg day, then your arm day or whatever. But this kind, I was like, wow. Daily marijuana use, weed use, the ganja man, whatever you want to say, pot. Daily pot use surpasses daily drinking. Survey finds that 21.4 million Americans now use cannabis every day or nearly daily, up 21% since 2022. New number. Now, you may say, well, I don't believe this, Paul. Where does it? And this is part of our question of the day today. Kicking off the program here. Marijuana is now officially leading the pack for most used daily drug among Americans. Most used daily drug. Over 21 million people feel the need to get high every day. Now, I understand some of it may be medicinal marijuana. I get that. I understand that. There's, people who use it for whatever, for glaucoma, for pain, for PTSD. Lord knows we've talked about that. But I don't know if this is good. Should this be celebrated? Does this kind of, make you go, great, look how many stoned people I'm walking among or amongst. Now, you could say that for drunk people, too. I don't know. You tell me. New numbers from the 2025 National Survey on Drug Use and Health from Substance Abuse and the Mental Health Services Administration says 21.4 million daily or near daily folks use marijuana in the U.S. 21.4 million. So and this is from 12 years old on up. I thought when I read this, it was from 18 plus or 21 plus. It's 12 years old and up. So that figure has now surpassed people who smoke cigarettes daily. That is still at 19.9 million. So, yeah, there's still a lot of people who light up. They like that nicotine buzz or whatever. They like that smell of tobacco, whatever. And well, Paul, what about alcohol? Well, no. Just 17.2 million say they consume alcohol on a daily or near daily basis. You know what they say? If you doing like 2 drinks a day, that's a red sign. But we'll get into that later. This is an annual federal survey of Americans aged 12 and older. It defines daily or near daily use as consuming marijuana on 300 or more days in the past year. Man, are you constantly stoned? Daily cigarette smokers are categorized as those who smoked on all 30 days of the past month. So the number of Americans using marijuana daily or almost daily rose about 21% between 2022 and 2025, from 17.7 million to now 21.4 million, an increase of 3.7 million frequent users. This is not people who just kick back and have one joint a week or say, hey, have a gummy or two or whatever on their weekends to kick back. This is daily or near daily use here. There's a lot of stoned people out. Well, Paul, it's not really stoned. You come down from the high. Yeah, but marijuana is fat soluble. THC is fat soluble. It's not water soluble. You don't wake up the next morning like you do if you tied one on the night before with a pounding headache, but you're pretty much sober again. The pattern in higher marijuana use is driven mostly by adults, particularly 26 and older, rather than teenagers. So it's young adults, 26 and older. Maybe a few years out of school, or maybe they're in grad school, or maybe they're in med school or law school, but they're getting high a lot. Well, Paul, how do you know? Maybe it's not just getting high. Maybe it's taking the edge off. Well, maybe. Now, there's this caveat. Although marijuana is now the most commonly used substance on a daily or near daily basis, alcohol remains the most widely used substance overall. About 129 million people in any given month drink booze. 43 million people in any given month use marijuana. But having said that, you've got 21.4 million or 0.5 million who get high or use a little doobie every day. Is that should I not be worried about this? And yes, we all know the dangers of cigarettes. Yes, we all know the dangers of rampant alcohol use physically from cirrhosis and what it does to your body and the poisonous stuff. Not to mention the toll alcohol takes on people's addiction and their lives and their jobs and their families. But you tell me, I wanted to start with this. Am I overreacting to this? No, honestly, seriously. New numbers show that about 21.4 million Americans now use cannabis every day or nearly every day. That's up 21% in just 3.5 or 4 years. Should we be worried about that? remember, a lot of the marijuana stuff, THC and all that stuff, stays in your system for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks, in your hair for 90 days. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And are you among or amongst the set of people that smokes every day, or does that gummy every day or pretty much every day? And you tell me, though, am I sounding too much like the hall monitor here at school? Or is 21.4 million Americans? It's a lot. State of Connecticut holds, 3.5 million people, 3 million people? That's 7 times the state of Connecticut. That's the number of people that use marijuana nearly every day. What?
You wanted a new and improved way to experience voiceofct.com, and now you have it. We've totally revamped our website, and it looks better on your smartphone than ever before. Voiceofct.com. You can still stream all of your favorite WICC local talk shows, listen to podcasts, find out about local events, sign up for our email newsletter, and it's easier to use than ever. It's the best way to stay informed in Fairfield County. Just bookmark us, voiceofct.com.
A cancer diagnosis comes with so many questions. Should you get a second opinion? What's the right treatment? How do you tell your kids? You don't need more questions in your life. You need world-class cancer care here in Fairfield County. That's why Stamford Health collaborates with Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center, ranked number 3 nationally for cancer care. Your search for answers stops when our care for you starts. Stamford Health.
You're invited to come tour Forest Hills Milford, one of the newest luxury rental 55 and over communities in Connecticut. Brand new apartments that include assigned garage parking with direct elevator access, private storage areas, state-of-the-art fitness center, and a welcoming clubhouse. All of this in beautiful Milford, Connecticut, where you'll find historic New England charm in a city with everything you need for modern everyday life. Visit foresthillsmilford.com to schedule your tour. foresthillsmilford.com.
Let's be real. With Trump in the White House, times have been tough. But in Connecticut, thankfully, we've had a governor who put his foot down and protected us from the chaos. When Donald Trump cut health coverage, Lamont capped insulin costs, canceled medical debt for working people, and restored the health care funding our families depend on. Now he's working towards universal health care. While ICE creates chaos nationwide, Governor Lamont's passed laws banning ICE from our schools and places of worship.
ICE, go home. We're keeping Connecticut safe without you.
And as Trump cut taxes for billionaires, Governor Lamont's cutting taxes for the middle class, with new plans to make sure big corporations paid their fair share.
And we're trying to make life a little less expensive for working families in the middle class.
With Trump in the White House, we need a governor with the experience and the backbone to fight back. That's Ned Lamont.
I'm Ned Lamont, candidate for governor, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Ned for CT. Approved by Ned Lamont.
Need a new roof? If you've got cracked or curled shingles, the answer is yes. I'm Eddie Griffin, owner of Brown Roofing, your local roofing expert since 1972. We don't just install your roof, we fortify it. Backed by a 50-year no-leak warranty. Payments start as low as $99 per month. Connecticut homeowners have trusted Brown Roofing for over 50 years. Call today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
Join the Voice of Connecticut and City of Bridgeport's Standard Oil and Propane Backpack Give Back, $9.99 Broad Street, Bridgeport, August 15th, 10 to 1. Thanks to Abriola Parkview Funeral Home.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Hey, look out for slow traffic on the northbound side of 95 passing Route 7 in Norwalk. More delays on the northbound Merritt Parkway heading up towards that area of Route 8 in Trumbull. Northbound on Route 8 heading up from Ansonia to Shelton. You do have some volume there. It's road work related, those delays. Traffic is sponsored by Elifson and Tenor. Whether it's a power of attorney, medical directives, wills, or a trust, every person is different. To create your personalized plan, call the law office of Elifson and Tenor or online at ConnecticutElderLaw.com. And that's a look at your WICC traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Tonight will be mild and muggy with a shower or thunderstorm in the mid-70s. Scattered afternoon showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. Hot and humid near 90. Saturday, partly sunny and hot with a shower or thunderstorm in the afternoon in the upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Westport's live and local news source for 100 years. The voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
All righty, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Look, you're probably sitting there going, Paul, here you go with your old white guy to get off of my lawn thing. Well, no, it's just if you want to consume marijuana and cannabis products, if you want to smoke or you want to use a tincture, as they say, or you want to use edibles or gummies or bakers, that's fine. If that's how you kick back and you don't smoke cigarettes, you stay away from tobacco in general. You're not a big alcohol person. You say, hey, I think marijuana is better. That's fine. God bless you. But does this number bother you? Now, a lot of people are going to say, well, what's the difference between being high and being drunk? Or using, I shouldn't say everybody uses alcohol is drunk, and not everybody uses marijuana to a point is high, but it's the pharmacological aspect of this. I mean, you've got here, according to what the feds are saying, 21.7 million, or what is it, I want to get the exact number out here, 21.4 million Americans now use cannabis every day. Well, if they're using cannabis every day, the psychoactive product in cannabis, THC, it's probably in their body constantly, like without any relief. Whereas, you smoke, all right, you finish the cigarette, the nicotine eventually, leaves your body a little quicker. I don't know what the half-life of nicotine is. And alcohol, you basically, by the next morning now, you may start to drink again on that day. But alcohol, you tie one on the night before, you pass out in bed. Not that I haven't done that once or twice, but in my younger days. But, man, THC stays in your body for like 30 days. Are you constantly? And again, you may say, well, what's the point if that's how they relax? Yeah, but, THC does, even when you're not actively smoking a joint or eating an edible or something like that, THC does, it's been proven to slow down your reaction time. So if you use marijuana every day, and maybe some of you do, I don't know. Are you worried about your reaction time? Are you worried that, it may take you a fraction of a second longer to hit that brake pedal? Or a fraction of a second longer to, do something at work that avoids any physical harm to you or somebody you're working with? You see what I'm saying here? And yet, when this was foisted on us in the state of Connecticut, we heard almost nothing from the people in Hartford who usually, jump on the anti-booze or the anti-nicotine, this and the other. But it's odd that there is this somewhat of a silence still here. And again, look, the marijuana thing is not going back in the barn. I know the animal's out of the barn. But it is what it is. 203-333. I sound high. Hey, man. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. 21.4 million Americans now use cannabis daily or near daily. That's up 21% since just 2022.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
And look out for slow traffic on the northbound side of 95 passing Route 7 in Norwalk. More delays on the northbound Merritt Parkway heading up towards that area of Route 8 in Trumbull. Northbound on Route 8 heading up from Ansonia to Shelton. You do have some volume there. It's road work related, those delays. Traffic is sponsored by Elifson and Tenor. Whether it's a power of attorney, medical directives, wills, or a trust, every person is different. To create your personalized plan, call the law office of Elofsson and Tenner or online at ConnecticutElderLaw.com. And that's a look at your WICC traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
A heat advisory will be in effect through tomorrow. A mild and muggy night on the way with a shower or thunderstorm in the mid-70s. Friday, scattered afternoon showers and thunderstorms, hot and humid near 90. Saturday, partly sunny and hot with a spot shower or thunderstorm in the afternoon in the upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Sono Collision, Fairfield County's best for top-quality collision repairs. We deliver unmatched precision and care to restore your vehicle. Trust us for excellence. Visit sonocollision.com or call 203-939-9955.
If you're thinking about selling your home in New Haven or Fairfield counties, ask John Garbuti and his team with Garbuti & Company Realtors about John's cash offer program. It's a simple alternative to the traditional home sale. No repairs, no staging, no endless showings. Sell on your timeline. Avoid the uncertainty of the open market and see if a cash offer is the right fit for you.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Car Beauty. Go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com.
Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff. Looking for love? Then adopt a furry friend today from the Connecticut Humane Society. Give a pet a second chance and gain a best friend for life. Visit cthumane.org to adopt, volunteer, or donate. Go to cthumane.org and make a tail wag today.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text SPARK to 215-215 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text SPARK to 215-215. That's SPARK to 215-215.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
He's here to make the merit traffic just fly by. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Now, according to the feds, as of the end of last year, daily marijuana use has surpassed daily tobacco and daily alcohol use. Now, still a hell of a lot more people actually drink than use marijuana, but habitual usage just about every day of the month, or literally every day of the month, is now at 21.4 million Americans. That is higher than people that drink every day and or use tobacco every day. Am I the only guy that reads this and says, all right, I understand people want to kick back, but you're getting high every day? I mean, again, this isn't like nicotine. It's not like alcohol, which, you know, you hit the bathroom a few times, you sleep 4 or 5 hours, you got a headache, but you're not drunk anymore unless you tie another one on. THC sticks around here. So, you tell me, am I overreacting to this? Are you sitting there going, oh, Paul, shut up with you and the marijuana again? Enough with the old white guy, get off my lawn thing. Or should we be worried about this?
This is WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
ABC News, I'm Brian Clark. A Senate committee voted to hold Dr. Anthony Fauci in contempt of Congress for refusing to answer questions about the COVID-19 pandemic. The committee's chair, Rand Paul, says he'll refer the vote directly to the Attorney General, sidestepping the usual precedent of a full Senate vote.
And really doesn't have to go before the Senate. There is some precedent for doing it that way, and it still may be done that way. But for now, we will hand carry this over to the Attorney General.
There's new pressure on Republican Congressman Max Miller of Ohio. The state's other Republican senator, John Husted, said he believes dropping out would be in the best interest of Miller's family. Miller has been involved in a custody dispute with his ex-wife, the daughter of Ohio's Republican Senator Bernie Moreno. Health officials in Michigan say people in the state can resume their regular lettuce eating habits because cyclosporiasis cases are declining. Michigan saw the bulk of the nationwide uptick in the parasitic illness. This is ABC.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Lawmakers are recommending towns to pause usage of flock cameras. Concerns about what the company does with the data it collects have risen in volume over the last few months, and Windsor and Killingworth have already decided against renewing their contracts with Flock. This follows a Board of Aldermen meeting in Milford this week where multiple Milford residents voiced their concerns about the Flock cameras.
It is the people against the corporations.
The real issue is that these cameras are most likely in violation of the Fourth Amendment. Okay?
Representatives from the company previously stated that it doesn't sell data to third-party customers, that the data is controlled only by them, and often it is deleted after 30 days.
The data is actually stored in the cloud. We use AWS GovCloud, basically the same cloud storage that the FBI uses, very encrypted, very secure. That data is hard deleted after 30 days by default.
Some of the cameras that have been installed have been damaged in acts of vandalism. Democratic state senators Bob Duff and James Maroney are pushing for a pause, but others, like Republican State Senator Dr. Jeff Gordon, are hoping to enhance protections for Flock. A 16-year-old boy is dead after he was hit by a Metro-North train in Norwalk last night. It happened around 8 p.m. south of the Merritt 7 station. He was pronounced dead at Norwalk Hospital. MTA and Norwalk police are investigating. No one on the Danbury-bound train was hurt. Connecticut Children's Medical Center and the U.S. Department of Justice have reached an agreement to stop gender-affirming medical care to minors. The hospital will not provide puberty blockers, hormone therapy, or gender-affirming surgery to anyone under 18 years of age. According to the DOJ, the hospital will also pay out $500,000 to former patients who are, quote, living with the harmful consequences of gender-affirming care. No injuries reported after a fire on East Main Street in Bridgeport. City Emergency Operations spokesperson Shauna White said firefighters were called to the 2800 block of East Main Street at approximately 11:50 this morning and found a working structure fire. White said crews quickly put out the fire, and while no one was injured, 8 people were displaced. The American Red Cross is assisting those who lost their home. The Connecticut State Board of Education is voting unanimously to adopt new cell phone policy in classrooms. The board is recommending bell-to-bell restrictions of cell phone usage with exemptions for medical or special education needs. Since the policy is a guideline rather than a mandate, individual districts will have to adopt the policy on their own. Many districts will have their own policies in place, with 70% of elementary schools and 30% of high schools already implementing their own guidelines. Students say the enforcement of policies are inconsistent, and many are reluctant to give up their phones to start class. Secretary of the State Stephanie Thomas says election errors led to lawsuits in Hartford and Enfield. The 2 cases made it all the way to the state Supreme Court. The court ruled that 2 Democratic challengers have a right to be on the ballot after incorrect information from the Secretary of the State's office led to paperwork errors that nearly blocked their participation in the primaries. Both of the cases center around the process of gathering petition signatures. And a $60,000 Connecticut lottery prize purchased in Bridgeport is set to expire because the winner has not yet come forward. According to Connecticut lottery officials, the winning Keno ticket was purchased at Daybreak Donuts on Madison Avenue in Bridgeport on February 12th, and if it is not claimed by August 11th, it will expire. The ticket holder must go to Connecticut Lottery headquarters in Wallingford to claim his or her prize. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
And look out for slow traffic on the northbound side of 95 passing Route 7 in Norwalk. More delays on the northbound Merritt Parkway heading up towards that area of Route 8 in Trumbull. Northbound on Route 8 heading up from Ansonia to Shelton. You do have some volume there. It's road work related, those delays. Traffic is sponsored by Elifson and Tenor. Whether it's a power of attorney, medical directives, wills, or a trust, every person is different. To create your personalized plan, call the law office of Elifson and Tenor or online at ConnecticutElderLaw.com. And that's a look at your WICC traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Tonight will be mild and muggy with a shower or thunderstorm in the mid-70s. Scattered afternoon showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. Hot and humid near 90. Saturday, partly sunny and hot with a shower or thunderstorm in the afternoon in the upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Fairfield is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So allow me to say this. Whatever you use, whatever substance you use, whatever behavior it is you use to take the edge off, I'm not here to judge that. I'm not. I'm really not. Whether for you it's alcohol or tobacco or marijuana or shopping or golf or tennis or sex 5 times a day, whatever you use to take the edge off, that's fine. I only point this out because one of the substances in question here, it tends to stick around in your body a little longer than the other two. If we're looking at the troika of, or the 3-leg stool of substances here, you're looking at tobacco or some variants thereof, marijuana, cannabis or some variants thereof, or booze or some variants thereof, mixed drinks, straight drinks, whatever. And I saw this yesterday. And whenever I see numbers like this, I say, okay, that's one and so, or what are my odds that I'm dealing with somebody here or somebody on the road here? Daily, now we're not talking about people who use or don't use altogether, because if you do that, marijuana is still vastly second to alcohol by a big margin. But there is a major milestone now, daily marijuana use surpassing daily drinking. Now, you could say, well, that's good because there are fewer people drinking on a daily basis. And that's good because one of the key indicators of being an alcoholic is doing it every day and having to have at least 2 drinks a day. Now, I've had some psychiatric professionals in my family, and we've talked about this for years, and I was told, and people I've interviewed on shows like this have said, yes, if you can't go without 2 drinks a day every day, you need to seek help. But having said that, 21.4 million Americans now use cannabis daily or nearly daily. Is that a problem? Do they need help? That's 21.4 million Americans now using cannabis daily or near daily. That's up 21% in just 3 years, 2022 to 2025. Marijuana now officially leads the pack for the most used daily drug among Americans. Now, that's daily. I have to emphasize it. That's daily. But if you look at the total number of people that use the substances in a given month, about 129 million people drank alcohol in a given month. 44 million people use marijuana at some time, not habitual. Is this bad stuff here or what? You tell me. Jeff in Westport starts us off today. Jeff, how are you?
Hey, Paul, happy Thirsty Thursday.
Thirsty Thursday, yes.
I did not know we had the option of sex 5 times a day.
Well,
I didn't know that was an option, but thanks, Paul.
Okay, just want to let you know. Yeah.
Okay, so you're about the same age as I am.
Yeah.
So what I'm thinking is, we're behind the 8 ball right now, Paul.
Okay.
We need to start smoking marijuana because we need to be brain dead once all these goofball DSA people get in the office. I think that's what's happening. All these people are brain dead and they're voting goofy.
And Jeff, thank you for the call. I would love to. Now, they do the exit polling on every election night. It's a big consortium. It's, I think, all the cable networks and the AP or whatever. You know how they use the exit polling? And, our exit polling shows us that those who voted for Trump and those who voted for Kamala Harris lean this way. I wonder if they've ever asked, hey, thank you for your information here. And by the way, do you use marijuana to an excess? Do you drink to an excess? No, seriously, because Jeff just saying, hey, maybe all these daily marijuana smokers or DSA people, I don't know. I don't care who you vote for. It's a joke. But being completely serious here, are you a little worried here? I mean, everybody always talks about, hey, stop smoking because tobacco's not good for you, not even if you chew it or use a little dip or a little skull or something here, right? Hey, don't drink. Any amount of alcohol is considered poisonous now. But do we ever hear about ease off on the weed because the THC stays there forever, pretty much in your brain? Andy in Centerbrook. Andy, hang on. We'll be to you after we do this right here on WICC.
Hey, it's Steve Basso from Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC again. There's no better time than right now to service or repair that AC system. Even install new or replace your existing system. Did you know high-efficiency ductless systems use up to 50% less electricity? Call us today at 203-335-0224. That's 203-335-0224. On the web at bassophac.com. And remember, everything's better with Basso.
I'm Keith Trantolo from the law firm of Trantolo & Trantolo. When you're injured in an accident, one of the first questions is, how much is my case worth? Here's the truth. Our firm's been fighting for clients for over 85 years, and anyone who gives you a quick answer doesn't know what they're doing. Understanding your situation is key. Your injuries, medical bills, time missed from work, and more. Our team has the experience to get you the best results, and we don't get paid until you do. Don't fight solo. Trantolo & Trantolo. Get your free case assessment at trantololaw.com.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
And look out for slow traffic on the northbound side of 95 passing Route 7 in Norwalk. More delays on the northbound Merritt Parkway heading up towards that area of Route 8 in Trumbull. Northbound on Route 8 heading up from Ansonia to Shelton. You do have some volume there. It's roadwork related, those delays. Traffic is sponsored by Elifson and Tenor. Whether it's a power of attorney, medical directives, wills.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
A heat advisory will be in effect through tomorrow. A mild and muggy night on the way with a shower or thunderstorm in the mid-70s. Friday, scattered afternoon showers and thunderstorms, hot and humid near 90. Saturday, partly sunny and hot with a spot shower or thunderstorm in the afternoon in the upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Listen on Alexa.
And you'll never miss a moment.
Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. THC in marijuana lasts a few hours, but the chemical in its leftover parts stay in the body much longer. Blood and saliva tests, 1 to 3 days. Urine tests, 3 to 30 days. And in your hair and other parts of your body, 90 days. Alcohol basically moves right through your bloodstream into your kidneys, and you get rid of it at about 1 drink per hour. Nicotine is within 1 to 3 days, but it could be 10 to 30 days depending on the test. So listen, I know people have what they want to do to, relax and kick back and all that. I get it. I understand it. But, man, a lot of stoners out there. Andy in Centerbrook is with us. Andy, good afternoon, my friend. How are you?
Paluch, I did this professionally for
That's right.
30 years,
Yes.
not smoking marijuana, but, trying to help people stop.
Yeah.
I need 45 hours to do this right, but if you could give me a few seconds.
Go ahead,
here.
sir. Go ahead.
What always worried me that I could never get through to people, including psychiatrists. Right now, there's like more than 500 identified chemical compounds that come out of the marijuana, plant.
Yeah.
100 cannabinoids, that's the fun stuff. We don't know what the other stuff is. And when you burn it, you launch it into the thousands of chemicals that are synthesized and released through that process. Paul, that can't be good to be putting into your body on a daily basis. It started off like trying to help people, the old Nancy Reagan, just say no.
Sure, yeah.
Then it shifted into psychiatry because people were literally going crazy. They were getting paranoid. They were getting schizophrenic.
Yeah.
The response from the doctors, who I think psychiatrists wear ties, so you could distinguish them from the patients. The response was, well, it's legal.
Yeah.
You can't treat a person for schizophrenia if they're smoking this stuff because you think it's legal when it's causing the symptoms.
And a lot of that, Andy, is coming from the research they do at Yale, especially with adolescents and early and mid-teens. Yes, they keep warning us about that. Absolutely.
Then you keep vaping it and all these other routes of administration. It's not good. I mean, the fact that you get a buzz, when you smoke it, is one thing. This other stuff, talk to any oncologist, and there's a rise in cancers. We can't figure this out.
Yeah, Dan, Andy, thank you. I do appreciate it, sir. And I do know that you were a part of this for years. When you called, I knew you were going to call. So again, yes, it is legal, but for the first time for the first time ever, according to this, daily marijuana use. Now, this is measured by people who do either marijuana or nicotine or alcohol daily. So those numbers are relatively low, but it's still 21.5 million Americans now use cannabis every day. And that is true. What Andy said is right. There are not, you hear THC. No, there are a myriad of cannabinoids in there. Some of them are found to have medicinal purposes. We know that. But it took years to figure out how to, get medicinal purposes out of other plants too. I mean, there's a reason you don't pop pharmaceuticals like Starburst or spree candies. Up 21% in just 3 years. Dan, hang on. We'll be to you. Joe in Westport standing by. Joe, how are you? What's up?
I'm good, Paul. How are you?
Good. What's on your mind, Joe?
So, a quick retort to Jeff. Marijuana knows no political rebounds.
I know. We're just kidding.
I mean, as many MAGAs smoke as DSAs.
Yeah.
I mean, but I haven't smoked in about 15 years.
Okay.
But I was a daily smoker for about 25 years.
Yeah.
and it kind of wore me out after a while.
Did it
That's why I
really?
stopped.
Did it really?
So-
Now
so-
was there Joe? Was and you don't have to get too particular here on the radio, but did something happen, or was it a moment of clarity, or like you say, was it just a wearing down and you said enough? I got to stop.
I had to stop.
Okay.
Like you had mentioned, I was even getting paranoid towards the end, and it never used to happen to me.
Wow.
So I don't think it's a good idea for people to smoke every day, but as they say, marijuana affects different people differently.
Yep.
But I can attest that it did drive down my response time.
No, jeez.
That's for darn sure.
So how you doing now? You feel okay now? You all good?
I feel great.
Great. Joe, thank you for sharing your story. I appreciate it, Joe. Thank you. Now, that's just Joe's story. But he said something there interesting about how marijuana affecting people differently, and it does. Because, we basically, after a few hundred years of nicotine research, we kind of know what nicotine does. We kind of know what alcohol does, too, as far as elimination from the system. And we have a standard for DUI in this state. Just about every state is at 0.08. But that's still something we can't gauge with marijuana. And they've been working on a saliva test, and they're trying to develop, something akin to a breathalyzer for marijuana. You would use test strips with saliva rather than, say, the blood you would use. Like if you're a diabetic like I am, you check your blood once a day or every couple of days. You got your test strips there. They're trying to do something like that for marijuana. I think it's still under testing at the University of Pittsburgh. I think Pitt is leading the way on this. In Stanford, Dan is up. Dan, how are you? What's going on?
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, what's up, Dan?
Well, I think it's great that people are smoking more marijuana than drinking alcohol.
Okay.
I will say that. I don't think it's necessarily everyone should be consuming every day.
Yeah.
And, the reason there's not a lot of research on these thousands of chemicals and compounds is just because of how outlawed it was. We could have had this information if it wasn't there wasn't a prohibition, and the research has been done on alcohol. It's literally just poison.
Yeah.
And I see it I'm a younger generation, but I see it in the older generation who definitely grew up more with that because that's what the laws allowed, and just all the health effects and the true deterioration of the mind that comes from alcohol. People don't talk about a lot, but I think we've all seen it over and over again.
Yeah, and you're right, and you're right because it was just changed. If you remember, Dan, it was in the news a few months ago that this group of doctors said no amount of alcohol is safe. Never mind this 1 drink a day or 2 drinks a day. You're right. They said, Dan, it is poison, and we have to say that.
Yeah, and, I agree with you. We all need our vices, and no one should be judged for how they deal with everything.
Yeah.
But I do think there's a lot of people who maybe were drinking alcohol that because of laws, because they're law-abiding citizens, would never didn't even know about maybe how cannabis could be a part of their life. Again, not necessarily saying everyday use.
Yeah.
And I just want to add to the conversation.
Sure.
You got to talk about the way people consume it.
Yeah.
Because there's things like concentrates and vapes, and those really are new and do not have any research. And you're combusting like 500 degrees.
I know. Jeez.
And that I think we can say is definitely not good for you. That's like
you think so?
Of the drug.
You think so? You think so, Dan? Hey, Dan, thanks, my friend. Appreciate the call. Good to hear from you. Hope we hear from you again, Dan in Stanford. Yeah, and he's right. A lot of the loud critics of marijuana say, all right, booze is not much better. That can kill you too, but and yeah, you do combust tobacco with nicotine, but at least we have information on that, right? and we know how these companies spike the nicotine to hook people, but there's still so much unknown about marijuana. And again, if you want to partake once or twice, hey, if your Saturday thing is kicking back with a little joint on the back porch, saying, geez, this was the week from hell from work, but daily? Listen, to each his own, but man, we're still figuring stuff out about this, even, as we speak.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Look out for slow traffic on the northbound side of 95, passing Route 7 in Norwalk. More delays on the northbound Merritt Parkway heading up towards that area of Route 8 in Trumbull. Northbound on Route 8 heading up from Ansonia to Shelton, you do have some volume there. It's roadwork related, those delays. And that's a look at your WICC traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Tonight will be mild and muggy with a shower and thunderstorm in the mid-70s. Scattered afternoon showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. Hot and humid near 90. Saturday, partly sunny and hot with a shower or thunderstorm in the afternoon in the upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If you yell at your security system, this commercial is for you. Frustrated your security cameras don't connect, your motion sensor lights don't cooperate, your thermostat has a mind of its own? Trumbull-based Property Protection Consulting has the guy for you. PCC is your personal security company, making your home security and technology work together for security cameras, motion sensor lighting, thermostats, and garage doors. Start at ppcalarms.com. Set up your free consultation. Property Protection Consulting, ppcalarms.com.
This August 9th, lace up, line up, and get ready to run by the sea at the Surfside Hotel Run for Wishes, brought to you by the Voice of Connecticut, WICC. Run or walk the stunning shoreline course in Stratford's Lordship neighborhood. Then kick back at Little Pub for food, drinks, prizes, and beachside vibes. Your race fee supports Make-A-Wish Connecticut, so sign up now at runforwishes.com. Don't miss the run, the sun, or the fun. That's runforwishes.com.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
Kicking off the show with this. What do you think? What do you know? Let me know. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Talk or text. America hits a major milestone as marijuana, daily weed use. Marijuana has surpassed daily drinking. How about that, huh? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. As we still now, our last caller was correct. Part of the reason we didn't have as much research as we should have on marijuana, or maybe could have had at this point, is that for years you couldn't, universities, whatever it was on, whatever list that is, the worst list of drugs that you're not allowed to do any medical research on without special permission from the government there. Now, I think the president changed that or moved it off the Class 1 list to another class, so maybe that's going to pick up now. But that is wild. What do you think of that? And is that inherently bad that 21.4 million Americans now use cannabis daily, in any given month? 21.5 million people, daily marijuana users.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Brian Clark. Senator Mitch McConnell was last seen on Capitol Hill June 11th and says in a statement moments ago that he has been discharged from a rehabilitation center and is returned home. The former Republican leader was hospitalized in June. It wasn't until nearly a month later that his office said it was due to a fall that left him unconscious. McConnell says he'll continue physical therapy. Today on Capitol Hill, a Senate committee voted to hold Dr. Anthony Fauci in contempt for refusing to answer its questions about COVID-19. Chair Rand Paul says he'll refer the matter directly to the Attorney General.
And really doesn't have to go before the Senate. There is some precedent for doing it that way, and it still may be done that way. But for now, we will hand carry this over to the Attorney General.
Fauci's attorney called the vote a crude political stunt. There's new pressure on Republican Congressman Max Miller of Ohio to drop out of his re-election race. The state's other Republican senator, John Husted, said he believes it would be in the best interests of Miller's family. Miller has been involved in a contentious custody dispute with his ex-wife, who's the daughter of Senator Bernie Moreno of Ohio. The White House is disputing reports that the war in Iran has forced a shortage of air defense missiles. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt pushed back on a report that President Trump got into a dispute with Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth over the shortage. Meanwhile, as talks continue about potentially reopening the Strait of Hormuz, so does the up and down impact on gas prices, says ABC's Elizabeth Schulze.
When you're filling up right now, compared to before the start of the war, a typical size SUV, 18 gallons, it's about $20 more on average every fill up. People are filling up once a week, if not more. This is still a higher cost. And it's, to get to that point where we were before the war, $2.94 a gallon, it's still going to take some time and a lot more than a promise that the shipping is going to happen.
You're listening to ABC News.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Drip Drop is doctor-developed, proven fast hydration that helps your body and mind work better. Trusted by firefighters, medical professionals, and over 90% of top college and pro sports teams, Drip Drop is engineered to hydrate faster and more effectively than water alone, with 3 times the electrolytes of leading sports drinks. Stock up now at DripDrop.com and use promo code Radio20 for 20% off your first order. That's DripDrop.com, promo code Radio20 for 20% off your first order. Head to DripDrop.com now and use promo code Radio20.
The FDA has approved Moderna's first ever mRNA seasonal flu shot for people 50 years and older. Data showed it was 27% more effective than a traditional flu vaccine. Dr. Tara Narula is ABC's chief medical correspondent.
The beauty of the mRNA vaccines are that they can be produced so quickly. So it's the speed. When you think about the traditional flu vaccines, it takes about 6 months to manufacture. They're grown in chicken, eggs, and cells. And that means that gives it time for the flu virus to mutate, to change. So by the time we actually get the vaccine, it may not be as effective, whereas the mRNA vaccines can be made in about 2 to 3 months.
The Marine Corps in San Diego is reporting the death of a recruit.
The recruit was assigned to the Marine Corps Recruit Depot San Diego. The Marine Corps saying the recruit was taking part in a routine physical fitness evaluation at Camp Pendleton when they had a medical emergency and then died on Wednesday at a medical center. The Marine Corps saying a medical evaluation is being done now to better understand why the recruit died. Alex Stone, ABC News, Los Angeles.
Germany's Leipzig airport has completely resumed its flight operations 1 day after an explosive-laden drone was found near a Ukrainian cargo plane. That airport is key for U.S. and NATO military equipment being shipped to Ukraine. The source of the drone is under investigation. I'm Brian Clark, ABC News.
If you haven't switched to Pure Talk because you're not sure their coverage is every bit as reliable as Big Wireless, why not take them for a test drive? For a limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited data plan. No contracts, no commitments. Just a great deal on a high-speed network with unlimited data from an American wireless company. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A 16-year-old boy is dead after he was hit by a Metro North train in Norwalk last night. It happened around 8 p.m. south of the Merritt 7 station. He was pronounced dead at Norwalk Hospital. MTA and Norwalk police are investigating. No one on the Danbury-bound train was hurt. A Bridgeport man is facing charges of illegally dumping used oil at an abandoned property. Harry Batchelor Jr. is being accused of dumping 11 55-gallon drums of oil at a property on the 200 block of Homestead Avenue in May of 2025. He appeared in federal court on Wednesday, where he pleaded not guilty to the charge. The property is not approved for recycling or oil disposal. The Department of Energy and Environmental Protection was called to clean up the facility, and Batchelor could face 2 years in prison if found guilty. And the Connecticut Children's Medical Center and the U.S. Department of Justice have reached agreement to stop gender-affirming medical care to minors. The hospital will not provide puberty blockers, hormone therapy, or gender-affirming surgery to anyone under 18 years of age. According to the DOJ, the hospital will also pay out $500,000 to former patients who are, quote, living with the harmful consequences of gender-affirming care. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Hey, look out for slow traffic on the northbound side of 95 passing Route 7 in Norwalk. More delays on the northbound Merritt Parkway heading up towards that area of Route 8 in Trumbull. Northbound on Route 8 heading up from Ansonia to Shelton. You do have some volume there. It's roadwork related, those delays. And that's a look at your WICC traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
A heat advisory will be in effect through tomorrow. A mild and muggy night on the way with a shower or thunderstorm in the mid-70s. Friday, scattered afternoon showers and thunderstorms, hot and humid near 90. Saturday, partly sunny and hot with a spot shower or thunderstorm in the afternoon in the upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 1 hour down, 2 hours, 3 hours left. Yes, it's hour number 2, Paul. You're on 4 hours a day now. Make sure we know 2, 3, 4, 5, 2 to 6 right here at the WICC 600 AM, 95.9 FM, and online, voiceofct.com. How are you? Wanted to start with this. Let's go a little longer with this because we're getting some good responses here online and the email, too, and all that other stuff on the phones at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Once again, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Pardon me, I don't want to clear my throat in your ears. That wouldn't have been nice. This hit me this week, seeing this. America has hit another major marijuana milestone, the daily use of weed, not total use. So understand where we're coming from here on this. The daily use of weed has surpassed daily drinking. A survey finds, this is a government survey that I guess they do this survey every year. In fact, the name of the survey is the 2025 National Survey on Drug Abuse and Health, or Drug Use and Health, and it comes from the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, SAMHSA. So their research says there are now 21.4 million daily or near daily marijuana users in the U.S. So, Paul, how does that compare to booze? Well, I'm glad you asked. There are 19.9 million people who smoke cigarettes every day or nearly every day of a month, and 17.2 million who consume alcohol. Yes, you've seen these stories, too. The alcohol business is in deep trouble because a lot of young folks just aren't coming up drinking. I mean, yeah, you still, chug beers on a Friday night in college and stuff like that, but the social drinking, the bar drinking, the restaurant drinking, the cocktail lounge drinking, that is not nearly what it was decades and generations ago. So we have 17.2 million who consume alcohol every day of the month. 19.9 million people who smoke cigarettes just about every day of a given month. But 21.4 million Americans now use cannabis daily or near daily. That's up 21% since 2022. Now, those numbers are habitual users just about every day of a month: booze, marijuana, tobacco. But if you take a look at the numbers of people who use at any level, alcohol remains far and away number one. So during any previous month, about 129 million people drank booze. Now, they may not have done it every day, but roughly about 1 in 3 Americans drinks some amount of alcohol any day of the month, not every day. And 44 million people are using marijuana at some time or another. So what are your thoughts on that? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. We know just about everything there is to know about alcohol. We know just about everything there is to know regarding nicotine and the spiking of tobacco products for decades. The big companies did that. But we rushed this marijuana thing without even having a viable roadside test for police officers to objectively say that's a marijuana DUI. And because of the chooches in the Democratic leadership in Hartford, we don't even in this state have a law that allows police officers. Folks, I cannot tell you how dumb this is. And I warned you about this. Did you know that in the state of Connecticut, if a police officer is stopped at a light or in back of somebody and sees somebody smoking and is pretty darn sure it's a marijuana joint and not a cigarette, do you know that one of our fine men and women in law enforcement, they are not allowed to stop that person and say, hey, what are you smoking? Do you realize that? That's how dumb some of our marijuana laws are in the state. Listen, if you're going to legalize it, at least let the cops make a judgment as to whether you're high. But see, and I told you, the reason they didn't want to do this is there was pressure. Well, you know, too many minority drivers are we don't want racial profile. Oh, George Floyd. This is where this comes from. And if you think it comes from any other place, you're out of your mind in a warm, fuzzy way here. So for a police officer in the state of Connecticut to arrest somebody or say, hey, you're a marijuana DUI, they've got to break another motor vehicle law before they can be pulled off the road if they're high as a kite. Is that the damn dumbest thing the General Assembly has ever done in this state? Unreal. And these are the same chooches up in Hartford that say, hey, don't worry, we'll figure out the license plate reader stuff. Yeah, you don't think they want to tie the hands of cops anymore? Oh.
After hitting snooze 6 times today, you got up, ran out the door, sat in traffic, and by the time you reached the office, the last donut was gone. Now, head over to voiceofct.com and sign up for the City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade. We'll pick up delicious treats from Cakes by Sonia and make our way to any office in Southern Connecticut that needs us. Become the hero of your office with a WICC City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade, so the boss won't mind if you sleep in.
Are the taxes on your financial savings cutting into your retirement? Do you truly understand the taxes on your IRAs and 401ks? Would you like a future where your taxes are minimized and investments are sound? If you're nearing or in retirement, have at least a $250,000 portfolio, Bridgelight Financial Advisors can help. Call for a complimentary consultation. They'll show you real tax savings on your savings. 203-795-7080. 203-795-7080. Bridgelight Financial Advisors, your retirement tax strategy specialists.
Ever notice that feeling your worst also seems to happen at the worst time in the worst places? Like sudden nausea at 9 p.m. when you're out of town. Really? Now? Fortunately, with Hartford Healthcare's HHC 24/7 app, you can get answers, diagnosis, prescriptions, even speak live with clinicians anytime, anywhere. So maybe there's never a good time to be sick, but at least the best care's always there. Download the app at your app store or hhc247.org.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
Are you sick and tired of paying high prices for Continental tires? Then get to Town Fair Tire for the lowest price you'll find anywhere. Yes, the guaranteed lowest price on every Continental tire. Plus, at Town Fair, you get free services for life. Think about it. Why look anywhere else for Continental tires when Town Fair gives you the guaranteed lowest price plus free services for life? Nobody beats a Town Fair tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Hi, I'm Lori Molnar, Director of Development at the Bridgeport Rescue Mission. Every day, we witness the incredible power of hope and compassion as we support individuals and families facing homelessness and addiction. We believe everyone deserves a second chance, and with your help, we can provide them with the resources that they need to rebuild their lives. By making a donation, you can honor a loved one's memory or celebrate their impact in your life. Join us in creating a brighter future for those in need. Go to bridgeportrescuemission.org. Thank you for being part of our mission.
Go to voiceofct.com and click on contests. Enter to win tickets to see Kenny G live at Ridgefield Playhouse Wednesday, September 23rd. Tickets on sale now.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Hey, look out for slow traffic on the northbound side of 95 passing Route 7 in Norwalk. More delays on the northbound Merritt Parkway heading up towards that area of Route 8 in Trumbull. Northbound on Route 8 heading up from Ansonia to Shelton. You do have some volume there. It's road work related, those delays. And that's a look at your WICC traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Tonight will be mild and muggy with a shower or thunderstorm in the mid-70s. Scattered afternoon showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. Hot and humid near 90. Saturday, partly sunny and hot with a shower or thunderstorm in the afternoon in the upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut for 100 years.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. 203-333-9422. Hey, coming up on the show later on today, our buddy, our pal, John McKinney in the 5 o'clock hour. In the 4 o'clock hour, Republican State Rep Greg Howard, an active duty police officer, talking about how there is now confusion. You may have seen the story today. I know News 8 did it. There's confusion about whether or not a regular police officer, not an ICE agent, a regular police officer would be violating the law if they got anywhere near a polling place on Tuesday because of this jackass stupid law we passed about ICE in Connecticut. Because that's all the Democrats care about is ICE. And the governor saying, ICE, go home. Yeah, well, if you let ICE do their job, maybe a Bridgeport police officer and his girlfriend might be alive, you think? Oh, no, we can't think that, can we? So Greg will talk about that. And Alex Stone from ABC News, you hear him on the network here, going to talk about these artificial intelligence programs going rogue, deciding for themselves, hey, Mr. High-Tech guy that programmed me, I'm not going to do what you want me to do. I'm going to do what I want to do. How's that working out? Remember that movie War Games in 1984? Oh. Man, oh, man. Gene in Stratford is with us. Gene, good afternoon, and I hope there's no stoners working on your job sites, Gene. I hope so. Hope not.
They're just passing by. They're not working on it. But
that's the last thing, Gene, you need is somebody stoned on one of those big backhoes or anything. Oh, my God.
Now, we hold pretty stringent line. We're union.
Yeah.
Everybody's tested randomly, and the guys are very good about holding to staying clean, I got to say.
Good.
Yesterday I had an interesting caller, and he just said about the cameras, you're beating it to death. Well, I'm a beat guy because I'm a drummer.
Yeah.
So I'm going to beat it one more time. But
Okay.
what's flying under the radar, as people don't realize, we have these traffic cams all over, and those are commonly used to solve crimes. I mean, if you remember back when on that Photo Stulos case, in that police report, they followed him by every camera, his license plate, where he went, all the way down and back again.
Yeah.
And so we could take out the speed cameras, we can take out the red light cameras. Those cameras have been around for a long time, and so maybe I planted a new seed of people are going to complain, but those cameras are watching you too, and they help solve crimes. It's a good thing.
Absolutely, Gene. You are right, my friend. And Gene, thank you. And I'm glad you brought that up. I didn't even. Thanks, Gene. I didn't even remember that. Yes, in the Photos Dulos case, and Jennifer. His wife there, sadly, are we ever going to find her remains? Who knows? Let's assume she's not with us anymore. But Jennifer Farber Dulos there, yes. But again, you have these people. You're violating my constitutional rights. No, they're not. Do you understand? Look. You can be against these cameras. I understand that. Again, it's about data retention and all that. I get it. But all these people that get up there and say, well, they're unconstitutional, they're not unconstitutional. No federal court has said that. Do you understand? Google is your friend. Use AI on this. They will give you a list, chapter and verse, as to all the federal cases that have been brought by people who figure they were offended or aggrieved or had standing to sue over a loss of protection under the Fourth Amendment. It's not there yet. Now, it may be, and I say if it ends up being there and I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. But if you're going to be there saying, these cameras have to go, that's fine. Understand your local police department is using these to solve crimes. And I don't want to hear anything from you folks who say, well, just hire more cops. And that's great. Wouldn't it be great if Milford and Fairfield and my town and Wallingford, we could just double the amount of cops? It ain't going to happen. Because if it does happen, you people are going to bitch and moan that your taxes go up. So you can't have it both ways. You can't have it both ways. Now, again, if somebody is caught playing around with the data or following former girlfriends or boyfriends, they should be fired and they should be prosecuted. Just the way if a police officer was misusing his or her sidearm, their service weapon, or anybody in the military does that. They're bounced and they're prosecuted. But the amount of misinformation on this, and then you've got people on social media and locally around here who are mad because Flock and other police departments are saying, hey, by the way, like that guy who's alleged to have killed the husband of that elderly couple in Milford. And I see something online the other night from some stooge. Well, I don't care if they used it in that case. I don't want to be surveilled. Listen. Your life is not that fascinating. God bless. A lot of people think, well, they're violating my privacy. Trust me, you're not Austin Powers. You're not an international man of mystery. And pump the brakes a little bit when you get out there and say, well, I want them gone. All right, so what makes your desire to have them gone supersede a desire of your neighbor who would like to keep them there? And I got to tell you something, folks. This is some ugly stuff going on. You go on any one of these social media boards, whether it's locally here in Connecticut or around, and 90% of the people want to get rid of the cameras. That's fine if that's the way you feel. And then you get one or two people saying, "Hey, these cameras do solve crime," and with the anonymity of the keyboard, everybody just verbally attacks them. I see we have another bootlicker here. We have a fascist. I mean, you stop that. You're showing your idiocy when you do that. Either debate something like a normal adult, breathing, blood circulating human being, or put a sock in it.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Hey, look out for slow traffic on the northbound side of 95 passing Route 7 in Norwalk. More delays on the northbound Merritt Parkway heading up towards that area of Route 8 in Trumbull. Northbound on Route 8 heading up from Ansonia to Shelton. You do have some volume there. It's roadwork related, those delays. And that's a look at your WICC traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
A heat advisory will be in effect through tomorrow. A mild and muggy night on the way with a shower or thunderstorm in the mid-70s. Friday, scattered afternoon showers and thunderstorms, hot and humid near 90. Saturday, partly sunny and hot with a spot shower or thunderstorm in the afternoon in the upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If you have troublesome trees on your property, that doesn't mean they necessarily have to come down. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and this is why I love the free tree risk assessment by my friends at K&J Tree Service. They'll come out, and in minutes, they can see if a tree needs a little more attention.
You have the trees that look pretty good, and they just need a little bit of pruning or some bracing. There's some cabling and some things that we can do to trees just to prevent failure in storms or even day to day.
Check out KJTreeService.com to book that free tree risk assessment today.
Some children dream about the future. Others just need someone to show them they have one. At Hall Neighborhood House in Bridgeport, the Alan Wallach STEM Learning Center is doing just that through hands-on science, technology, engineering, and math programs in 28 Bridgeport public schools. Hall is inspiring more than 14,000 students to discover new talents because every child deserves the opportunity to dream and the tools to achieve it. Hall Neighborhood House, the heart of Bridgeport for 140 years.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from big wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
On your home laptop or your work desktop, put voiceofct.com in your bookmarks. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, news coming up, all that great stuff and more. Henry is on the phone. Henry, how are you, sir? What's going on?
Yay, I'm glad you picked up on me there. Just a couple of little quickies, and I did not call to argue.
Okay.
I just, my memory. Let's say I'm a messenger boy.
Okay.
Now, when our great Republican president, which they still bow down to Nixon,
yeah,
even though he did some bad things, he's one of the boys. The exact year, let's say 70.
Yeah.
Give or take a year. Those were his years in there.
Mm-hmm.
And Woodstock came out in 69. And all over the place, every place you looked, you saw hippies with joints in their mouth and everything else. Woodstock, 500,000. Every time they showed a picture, you could still see it today on YouTube. If you want.
Yeah.
Everybody with a joint in their mouth. So our great president, and your producer could look this up after you hang up on me.
Yeah.
It was called the Schaefer Report.
Yeah.
In 70. Our great president Nixon got together with the let's call it psychoanalysts and other doctors that were just medical doctors, the 50 or 60 finest minds that he could find in the country, as far as them being doctors. And he said, we have this epidemic in the country called marijuana. Too many people are smoking it. You have unlimited, you can look this up, Schaefer reports. You have unlimited, he told Schaefer, time and money. Use as much time as you want, as much money as you want. We've got to stop this epidemic.
20 seconds, Henry. 20 seconds.
This is Nixon. Well, after less than a month, Schaefer got back to him and said, the more we delve into it and really get into it medically, and we're finding more good for it than bad.
Well, yeah, and Henry, thank you. I get it. I understand it. And I am all for using the good parts for medical research. Absolutely.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
ABC News, I'm Brian Clark. Senator Mitch McConnell of Kentucky, not seen on Capitol Hill since June 11th, says in a statement he's been discharged from a rehabilitation center. He had suffered a fall at his home in June and was briefly unconscious. ABC's Stephen Portnoy has the latest from Washington.
The statement only says that he'll continue his recovery at home during the August work period, excuse me, the state work period, so the August recess, which will end sometime in mid-September. And the open question here in Washington is, will we see Mitch McConnell return to D.C., return to the Capitol for his final months of his 7th term?
The attorney for Dr. Anthony Fauci called today's Senate committee vote to hold Fauci in contempt a crude political stunt. The committee chair, Rand Paul, says he'll refer the vote on Fauci's refusal to answer questions last week to the Department of Justice. Oil prices remain elevated, still no deal to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, and tomorrow's July jobs report could show more financial impacts.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A jury has found a Bridgeport man guilty of several charges connected to exploitation of a minor. 27-year-old Onai Kendall Wilbur Wright was convicted by a federal jury for sexually abusing a teenage girl from Ohio. Prosecutors say they filed charges after an FBI human trafficking task force observed Wright engaging in sexually explicit activity with a 15-year-old girl in a live video stream. Attorneys said Wright created an OnlyFans account and uploaded videos of his interactions with the girl and pressured her to continue creating content for the account. Wright is facing 15 years to life in prison. Lawmakers are recommending towns to pause usage of flock cameras. Concerns about what the company does with the data it collects have risen in volume over the last few months, and Windsor and Killingworth have already decided against renewing their contracts with Flock. This follows a Board of Aldermen meeting in Milford where multiple Milford residents voiced their concerns about the Flock cameras.
It is the people against the corporations. The real issue is that these cameras are most likely in violation of the Fourth Amendment. Okay?
Representatives from the company previously stated that it doesn't sell data to third-party customers, that the data is only controlled by them, and it is often deleted after 30 days.
The data is actually stored in the cloud. We use AWS GovCloud, basically the same cloud storage that the FBI uses, very encrypted, very secure. That data is hard deleted after 30 days by default.
Some of the cameras that have been installed have been damaged in acts of vandalism. Democratic State Senators Bob Duff and James Maroney are pushing for a pause, but others, like Republican State Senator Dr. Jeff Gordon, are hoping to enhance protections for Flock. The Connecticut State Board of Education is voting unanimously to adopt new cell phone policy in classrooms. The board is recommending bell-to-bell restrictions of cell phone usage with exemptions for medical or special education needs. Since the policy is a guideline rather than a mandate, individual districts will have to adopt the policy on their own. Many districts have their own policies in place, with 70% of elementary schools and 30% of high schools already implementing their own guidelines. Students say the enforcement of policies are inconsistent, and many are reluctant to give up their phones to start class. No injuries are reported after a fire on East Main Street in Bridgeport. City Emergency Operations spokesperson Shauna White said firefighters were called to 2800 block of East Main Street at approximately 11:50 this morning and found a working structure fire. White said crews quickly put out the fire, and while no one was injured, 8 people were displaced. The American Red Cross is assisting those who lost their home. Secretary of the State Stephanie Thomas says election errors led to lawsuits in Hartford and Enfield. The 2 cases made it all the way to the state Supreme Court. The court ruled that 2 Democratic challengers have a right to be on the ballot after incorrect information from the Secretary of the State's office led to paperwork errors that nearly blocked their participation in the primaries. Both of the cases center around the process of gathering petition signatures. Connecticut Democratic Senator Chris Murphy and his ex-wife, Kathy Holohan, are officially divorced. Court filings indicate the divorce officially took place in late July. Holohan submitted the filing in Hartford District Superior Court, and it was granted by Judge Jason Lobo. The pair announced their separation in November of 2024, less than 2 weeks after the senator won a third term, and the two appeared together at Duncan Park to celebrate the win. They met at the University of Connecticut School of Law and were married in 2007. They have 2 teenage sons whom they will co-parent together. A $60,000 Connecticut lottery prize purchased in Bridgeport is set to expire because the winner has not yet come forward. According to Connecticut lottery officials, the winning Keno ticket was purchased at Daybreak Donuts on Madison Avenue in Bridgeport on February 12th, and if it is not claimed by August 11th, it will expire. The ticket holder must go to Connecticut Lottery headquarters in Wallingford to claim his or her prize. And the Connecticut Sun returned to the hardwood on Friday. Connecticut is hoping to turn things around after dropping 5 in a row. The Sun are hosting the Phoenix Mercury at Mohegan Sun Arena. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Hey, look out for slow traffic on the northbound side of 95 passing Route 7 in Norwalk. More delays on the northbound Merritt Parkway heading up towards that area of Route 8 in Trumbull. Northbound on Route 8 heading up from Ansonia to Shelton. You do have some volume there. It's road work related, those delays. Traffic is sponsored by Elifson and Tenor. Whether it's a power of attorney, medical directives, wills, or a trust, every person is different. To create your personalized plan, call the law office of Elifson and Tenor or online at ConnecticutElderLaw.com. And that's a look at your WICC traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Tonight will be mild and muggy with a shower or thunderstorm in the mid-70s. Scattered afternoon showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. Hot and humid near 90. Saturday, partly sunny and hot with a shower or thunderstorm in the afternoon in the upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Greenwich is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Is it too late for law school? Can I do med school or law school? Because it's not that hard. All right, 203-333-9422. Oh, man, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Yes. If you, I better stop. I'm going to stop here. I'm going to put the brakes on. Front office probably going, geez, just move on. All right, 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. I just gotta, oh, man. I just got, we have a texting system here that hooks your text messages to the same number as our phone number. So sometimes I'll be in mid-sentence and I'll try to multitask and I'll be trying to speak and say something somewhat cogent, and then I will see a text message pop in and read that while I'm talking, and then my entire train of thought is left the station, it's on down the tracks. So that's where we are right now. Maybe I'm the guy smoking too much weed. We're starting with this. We'll do one more segment on this and then shift gears coming up. There was a marijuana milestone. Do you know this? And I'm sure it affects some people here in the great state of Connecticut as well. America hits a major marijuana milestone. Those who use either marijuana, nicotine, tobacco, or alcohol, of those three, tobacco, alcohol, or marijuana, Marijuana is now number one for daily use. Daily use. 21.4 million Americans. So let me see. If the state of Connecticut has 3.5 million people, that means if you multiply the state of Connecticut times about 6, right? 18, yeah. So it's almost exact. It's not exact, but it's around there. So take the state of Connecticut with our 3.5 million people, multiply that by 6, so that's 18, and say that's 21 million. So take the state of Connecticut times 6, and that is how many people are using cannabis or marijuana products on a daily basis. Now, if that's what they want to do, that's fine. I'm not criticizing them for that. But that has jumped 21% in just the past 3 years for stats ending the last calendar year of 2025. Does that worry you? Because even if you're not somebody who tends to partake in marijuana, I guess the odds are that there could be somebody driving next to you on I-95 or on the Merritt or Wilbercross Parkways or I-91 or whatever, who, chances are you've probably, if you run the numbers, got more stoned drivers out there. Or if you're not actually stoned, you probably have a residual or some residue of THC in your body that just, could make you miss hitting that brake pedal by a fraction of a second. And I understand not everybody is out to, cause mayhem and merriment, smoking weed. I'm not trying to turn this into a modern day reefer madness. That's not what I'm saying here. But how do you feel about this? And is this inevitable? Or again, like I've asked in the past, did we run too quickly into this marijuana thing, the legalization or the decriminalization, without having our arms firmly wrapped around all the medical aspects of this? We still do not have a strict, quantitative, objective test of what a roadside DUI is. We don't. People will say we will. No, we don't. We really don't. And is that making it unfair for you and for me and unsafe for other people in this great state?
Looking for furniture without the big box headaches? Shop local at Spectre Furniture in Ansonia, where you've been treated like family, not just another customer, for 136 years. Personalized service and quality furniture built to last. No pressure, no gimmicks, just hometown service you can trust. Discover the Spectre difference today on Main Street in Ansonia. Spectre Furniture, where quality, comfort, and family come together. Dependable for 136 years. Main Street, Ansonia.
Bankers Life, we care about your Medicare. From confusion to clarity. Bankers Life, the call to make when making Medicare decisions.
Are you maximizing your Medicare benefits? If you're new to Medicare or have an existing plan, Bankers Life will give you the best options so you maximize your benefits. Start online at bankerslife.com. Bankers Life, your personal Medicare expert. Bankerslife.com. That's bankerslife.com.
That'll be $84.52.
Perfect. Grab the bags, honey.
Mom, why do you always check your phone before we pay?
I'm just claiming my cash back on the Upside app. Since we're getting the groceries here and we filled up the car on the way, I've already earned enough this morning to pay for that pizza night we're having Friday.
Wait, so the app pays for pizza?
Not exactly, but the cash I earn on stuff we need helps us pay for the stuff we want. It's just a little win for our family every week.
Get more out of your everyday. Upside is the free app that gets you cash back on routine purchases like gas, groceries, and dining out at more than 100,000 locations nationwide. No points, no rebates, just cash back straight to your wallet. Download the free Upside app and use promo code ACT5 to get a $5 bonus on your first purchase. That's promo code ACT5 to get a $5 bonus. Remember, use promo code ACT5.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
And look out for slow traffic on the northbound side of 95 passing Route 7 in Norwalk. More delays on the northbound Merritt Parkway heading up towards that area of Route 8 in Trumbull. Northbound on Route 8 heading up from Ansonia to Shelton. You do have some volume there. It's road work related, those delays.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
A heat advisory will be in effect through tomorrow. A mild and muggy night on the way with a shower or thunderstorm in the mid-70s. Friday, scattered afternoon showers and thunderstorms, hot and humid near 90. Saturday, partly sunny and hot with a spot shower or thunderstorm in the afternoon in the upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Your daily local reality check. You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on the voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9.
All right. Hallelujah. 203-333-9422. 333 WICC. Oh, man, I wish I could tell you what was going on, but I can't. But just, we have fun here at the radio station. That's all I can tell you. All right, 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. 5:15 coming up later on. Our buddy, our pal, John McKinney, analyzing the governor's race. Also coming up at about an hour, Alex Stone from ABC on all this rogue AI stuff. And coming up at 4:30, Greg Howard, state rep, Stonington area, active duty police officer, saying that this anti-ICE bill that our learned people in the General Assembly passed, it may actually be turning regular police officers into criminals. We'll explain that with Greg later on. Here's a guy who I hope is not smoking a big fat doobie on the way home. Charles in Danbury. Charles, how are you?
Let me just put this out.
All right, put that out.
No.
Yeah.
I was going to comment. You had talked about this a while ago.
Yeah.
And I tried to call in, but I didn't. When I partake, and it's not very often, I always regret it because I'm one of those who gets really anxious and
really
feels like a clown.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm not much prefer a couple beers.
There you go.
That's just me.
There you go.
But 2 points to that. I think on the whole, studies have shown and that alcohol is, when you put all these different factors together, is far worse for you than marijuana.
Mm-hmm.
And I also wanted to touch on, I think one part that really irks people and the public and maybe even legislators who are hearing it from their constituents is that since it's been legalized in such a, so much, it's the smell that bothers people, I think. I can tell you that, I'm going out with my wife and kids somewhere and we get that hit of a minty skunk, it's like, it's like too much. It's like, out of respect for people who do not enjoy that smell or, who maybe partake but do not wish to smell it at that time, whether you're at a park or a beach or at a restaurant, and it's on somebody's clothes. It's just inconsiderate,
There was there was a guy, Charles, the other day. I was heading into a convenience store or something, and there was a guy coming out. So we got caught between the two sliding doors, the airlock situation there. So one opens and then the other one opens. He's coming toward me. I'm coming toward him. And as soon as one of them closed, oh, my God, I passed the guy for about half a second, and I got a contact high from just walking past this guy. I was like, holy jeez, pal, can you stop for a day? Yeah. Jeez. Oh, my God.
I agree. I mean, I think if it wasn't, not to sound so elementary here, but so smelly, when it comes to public, when people are out in public, I don't think it would be as big as an issue revisiting it. That's just my opinion. But, people just got to be considerate, put some smoke in your private property, on your property privately, and put on some get that axe out, spray that axe on you or something.
Body spray. That's great.
Bothering everybody else with your stench, but hope you're staying cool. 110 degrees.
All
That's
right.
what the real feel.
All right. Thank you, Charles. Appreciate it, my friend. Charles and Danbury there. Charles, thank you. Yeah, folks, I'm not making that up for effect here. I was walking into, I think, a Cumberland's or a 7-Eleven, and I just minded my own business, lost in thought. I'm really thirsty. Let me get a big bottle of water, maybe a sandwich for the drive home. And all of a sudden, it's like, wow, jeez. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And I haven't been in New York City in a while. I haven't been in Midtown. I've been to see my son a few times in Queens, but having said that, it's they say Midtown Manhattan with all the legal dispensaries and the transient ones there. They say Midtown is like one big cloud of weed. Listen. You were never going to get rid of marijuana. It wasn't going to happen. It just was not going to happen. But did we run into this or rush into this a little too quickly with, again, the allure of all... Oh, and by the way, as I'm segueing into that, now, maybe they're not doing a good enough job, they meaning the folks in Hartford, but remember what was it legalized in Connecticut? 2022, 21, whatever it was. Remember how we were going to talk, it's going to be an economic driver for some depressed neighborhoods and for Black and Hispanic entrepreneurs. They're finally going to get some recompense because there was over-policing in the 70s, 80s, 90s, and 2000s, and everything is going to be just hunky-dory, and there's going to be a big customer base. All right, have we heard anything about this? Now, seriously. Now, maybe it's bad messaging. I do have a little bit of a marketing and a PR background where, the point I've always made the point, make sure the public knows what you're doing. The money from cannabis sales was supposed to be divvied out en masse to some needy neighborhoods and minority entrepreneurs. Have we heard anything about this? Or was that just a bunch of crap to get this bill through? And if it isn't, if I'm wrong here, then why aren't we getting a steady stream of news and a steady stream of information to tell the good people of Connecticut and the taxpayers, hey, here are examples, or here's example one, or issue one, as the great John McLaughlin used to say, of why the legalization for recreational marijuana was a good thing. Have we heard anything about that? Anything? So that either means it was a bunch of crap or there's very poor messaging on this. And I don't know which one to believe. All right, we'll shift gears coming up after the news. We'll check out how people feel about this again on our Facebook question of the day. But the question remains here. It hasn't changed. Questions tend to remain after I put them up on our magnificent Facebook page. New numbers show that about 21.4 million Americans, about 6 times the size of the great state of Connecticut, now use cannabis daily or nearly daily. That's up 21% from 2022. Your thoughts on that? If you're just joining us, we had some users of cannabis call in and say, hey, they use, but every day, maybe a little much. But then again, in defense of those people, if they're walking around and they're healthy and they say, hey, I feel great, it makes me, I'm not taking my, painkillers anymore. A lot of pro athletes do this. A lot of pro athletes. You interview them and they say, hey, I mean, you got guys in the NBA and in the NFL after they get banged around or going up and down the floor or up and down the field, getting fouled and tackled and hit and blocked. And, you listen to a lot of NBA guys and NFL guys, even some of the other sports saying, hey, I'd rather do this than take, pharmaceutical pain relievers. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Coming up, we'll go over some of the answers to our Facebook question of the day. 4:30, Greg Howard joins us. Did you know that because of a law that was passed by the literati in the General Assembly, some regular police officers, men and women, could be designated as breaking the law? Coming up next Tuesday, or this coming Tuesday, which is the actual primary day here in the state. We'll talk to Greg about that. Talk to a gentleman from ABC about this AI scenario here, where now we hear that even more of these AI, I guess you call them programs, or these sentient beings of AI are kind of, not following what should happen here, and they're going rogue. Do we want that? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And coming up at the 5:15 segment, our buddy, our pal, our good friend, John McKinney, former Republican State Senate leader here in the great state of Connecticut, one-time gubernatorial nominee, gubernatorial candidate, talking about the state of the race. It certainly looks like now the gloves are off. The nastiness has begun, or maybe kicked into a higher gear. And Ned Lamont is landing some haymakers with a little help from Tony Walker and all of that. All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. By the way, if you would like to also email me, you can email me, Paul, P-A-U-L, Paul, at voiceofct.com. That's Paul at voiceofct.com as we roll along right here on WICC 600 AM, 95.9 FM, and online at voiceofct.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Tonight will be mild and muggy with a shower or thunderstorm in the mid-70s. Scattered afternoon showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. Hot and humid near 90. Saturday, partly sunny and hot with a shower or thunderstorm in the afternoon in the upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Some of the text messages here, I'll have to clean up a little bit, but I promise you I will come back. As Chris comes back with answers to our Facebook question, I'll also give you some highlights from our text system, because you people on the phones or texting, you're always the smartest people in the room. I can tell you that. Trust me on that. All right, once again, you want to connect up with us? Big 2 hours remaining. We do not disappoint here. 203-333-9422. We'll be back.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Brian Clark. Senate Majority Leader John Thune asked for his reaction to the reports that the U.S. stockpile of its defensive missiles has dwindled because of the war in Iran.
Well, the reports are concerning, and obviously that's why we need to do more to make sure that our military has the funding it needs.
The White House denies any shortage, but ABC contributor Mick Mulroy, a former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense, said this could be exploited by Iran if diplomatic efforts falls through.
If we do escalate, then obviously Iran is going to counterattack, and that's when these munitions issues become more problematic.
Former Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell says in a statement he has been discharged from a rehabilitation center. ABC's Stephen Portnoy has the latest from Washington.
What's important to point out here is that it's been nearly 2 months since his Senate colleagues last saw Mitch McConnell. He was hospitalized on June 14th for reasons that were not initially disclosed. About a month later, on July 12th, his office said that he was hospitalized because of a fall that left him briefly unconscious. He also said he had to deal with a mild case of pneumonia. Now we are being told that the 84-year-old senator has been released from rehab and will continue recovering at home.
A Senate committee voted to hold Dr. Anthony Fauci in contempt for refusing to answer questions about COVID-19 last week. Committee's chair Rand Paul said he would refer it directly to the Justice Department, but also acknowledged the vote could go first to the full Senate.
The next decision we have decided is we will forward it. It's the committee's verdict that he should be held in contempt and it will be sent. But no one said that we won't bring it before the Senate. We'll see what happens over time.
Financial markets lower at the close on Wall Street, and tomorrow the July jobs report's due out. Economists are expecting it to show a gain of approximately 83,000 jobs in July, and unemployment holding steady at 4.2%. You're listening to ABC News.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from big wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
A major German airport is reopened after a drone laden with explosives was found Wednesday near a Ukrainian cargo plane. ABC's Tom Sufi-Burridge has more.
Leipzig Airport is a critical cargo hub in eastern Germany used by the US and its NATO allies to move military equipment into Ukraine. American officials say the airport has already been the target of multiple suspected Russian sabotage operations, with at least 18 drone incidents disrupting air traffic there since January.
The trial of Massachusetts mother Lindsay Clancy continued. She's accused of killing her 3 children in 2023. Today, there was testimony from her former father-in-law and a medical examiner. Clancy's attorneys argue that she was suffering from postpartum psychosis. ABC medical contributor Dr. Sarah Orrick says this can appear seemingly from thin air, but there are often disastrous consequences.
Someone can appear functional at one point and have a break, and that is psychotic, a break with reality, where they're having bizarre thoughts, suicidal thoughts, homicidal thoughts. It sounds like Lindsay Clancy had voiced some of these at some point.
Clancy has pleaded not guilty. In New York City, patients and families of 52 people who got sick or died in last summer's Legionnaire's outbreak in Harlem have filed 4 lawsuits against the city, saying a testing breakdown led to a failure to warn residents of the risk. I'm Brian Clark, ABC News.
If you haven't switched to Pure Talk because you're not sure their coverage is every bit as reliable as big wireless, why not take them for a test drive? For a limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited data plan. No contracts, no commitments. Just a great deal on a high-speed network with unlimited data from an American wireless company. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A Bridgeport man is facing charges of illegally dumping used oil at an abandoned property. Harry Batchelor Jr. is being accused of dumping 11 55-gallon drums of oil at a property on the 200 block of Homestead Avenue in May of 2025. He appeared in federal court on Wednesday, where he pleaded not guilty to the charge. The property is not approved for recycling or oil disposal. The Department of Energy and Environmental Protection was called to clean up the facility, and Batchelor could face 2 years in prison if found guilty. No injuries reported after a fire on East Main Street in Bridgeport. City Emergency Operations spokesperson Shauna White said firefighters were called to the 2800 block of East Main Street at approximately 11:50 this morning and found a working structure fire. White said crews quickly put out the fire, and while no one was injured, 8 people were displaced. The American Red Cross is assisting those who lost their home. And a $60,000 Connecticut lottery prize purchased in Bridgeport is set to expire because the winner has not yet come forward. According to Connecticut lottery officials, the winning Keno ticket was purchased at Daybreak Donuts on Madison Avenue in Bridgeport on February 12th, and if it is not claimed by August 11th, it will expire. The ticket holder must go to Connecticut Lottery headquarters in Wallingford to claim his or her prize. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Slow traffic on the northbound side of 95 from Darien up to Fairfield. Slow passing Route 7 through New Canaan and heading up towards Trumbull on the northbound side of the Merritt Parkway. The southbound Wilbercross working on a crash heading down towards Hamden, approaching Route 40. One lane is knocked out. Traffic is sponsored by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Andre, and that's a look at your WICC traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
A heat advisory will be in effect through tomorrow. A mild and muggy night on the way with a shower or thunderstorm in the mid-70s. Friday, scattered afternoon showers and thunderstorms, hot and humid near 90. Saturday, partly sunny and hot with a spot shower or thunderstorm in the afternoon in the upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, if you're watching on our video feeds, hello there on Twitch and on YouTube. If you're watching and you're wondering why there's so many laughs on it's just been a great day here at the radio station. That's all I can say. Someday I'll be able to tell you maybe what the whole thing was, but here we go. It's stuff going on around here. It's the funny things that get texted into me. All right, 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. 2 hours down, 2 hours to go. Our pal Greg Howard coming up in about 25 minutes or so to talk about how this new law passed, I guess because of ICE, may turn your local policeman or woman into a crook come this primary day on Tuesday. So we will talk about that and more. And we are talking about some new news out there that broke a couple of days ago. And I've been wanting to get to this. New numbers show that about 21.4 million Americans now use cannabis daily or near daily. Daily, as in every day or practically every day in a month. 21.4 million Americans now use cannabis daily or near daily. That's up 21% since 2022. What are your thoughts on that? And by the way, there was a question sent in to me. I'll get to that momentarily after Mr. Chris Williams takes a breath, gathers himself, taps the beads of sweat off his forehead, and tells us the following, Chris.
Mop the sweat from my brow.
Yeah, that's it. Yes.
Joshua is curious if that number has brought drinking down. Marty wants to know if the sales of snack foods have increased. Better them than me from Brian. Stoners are so hard to be around, Ed says. Funny, since pot got legalized, we have had more accidents, more wrong-way drivers, but it doesn't pair one's ability to drive, Matt says. That nasty skunk smell is all you smell driving around town on 95-84, even the Amazon vans. And Victor says, I'm so stoned I can't muster any thoughts, Paul.
That's great. I love our listeners. I had a text message here that says, so if you can have 2 beers and drive a vehicle, how much marijuana can you have to safely operate a vehicle? Aha. And that's the problem. We really don't know. See, this is why this is a nationwide problem. As this person points out, yes, we have a set limit here in Connecticut, 0.08% blood alcohol level, 0.08, or 0.08%. That is the line of demarcation. There is no line of demarcation for a marijuana DUI or an OUI or whatever it is. That's the problem. Now, I guess police are told to do other things, whether they give them that field sobriety test or whatever, I don't know. But, you know, to answer that question, yeah, we have, you know, specific numbers as for alcohol intoxication. As far as marijuana, we don't. Now, I remember the 21st night of September. No, I'm sorry. I remember when the bill was passed. In lieu of actually having a test for a marijuana DUI, we were supposed to deploy these I forgot the exact name here, but drug recognition officers or something like that. And there were supposed to be 60 or 70 of these people on a roster with a certain amount on duty at any time that could be called out to a scene of a suspected marijuana-influenced DUI, and these supervisors or these officers as such would have the final say as to whether or not somebody was judged to be impaired. I don't know whether that happened or not. I don't. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Jake in Norwalk, you are up next.
You listen to the Voice of Connecticut whenever you're in the car. You stream us on your computer at work. And when you get home, you can listen through your Amazon Echo. Just say, Alexa, play WICC. Hear all your favorite Fairfield County news and talk on the Voice of Connecticut anytime, wherever you have your smart speaker. Say, Alexa, play WICC.
A collision on a motorcycle isn't like any other accident. A lot of lawyers don't understand that. Probably because they've never been on a bike. At the law firm of Trantolo & Trantolo, we ride, and we get it. If you're hurt on your bike, you need somebody who understands what you're going through, who knows how to get you the money you deserve and how to get you back on the road. If you're injured on a motorcycle, don't fight solo. Trantolo & Trantolo. Get your free case assessment at trantololaw.com. That's trantololaw.com.
Fish on! The Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth official auto sponsor is Stevens Ford Lincoln of Milford, the dealership built on trust. Register now for your chance to win $25,000 for the heaviest bluefish caught. Pick up a registration form at Stevens Ford Lincoln of Milford or go to bluefishtournament.com. Be part of the Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth, August 29th and 30th, and land your next vehicle at Stevens Ford Lincoln in Milford.
Hey, it's Steve Basso from Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC again. There's no better time than right now to service or repair that AC system. Even install new or replace your existing system. Did you know high-efficiency ductless systems use up to 50% less electricity? Call us today at 203-335-0224. That's 203-335-0224. On the web at bassophac.com. And remember, everything's better with Basso.
A cancer diagnosis comes with so many questions. Should you get a second opinion? What's the right treatment? How do you tell your kids? You don't need more questions in your life. You need world-class cancer care here in Fairfield County. That's why Stamford Health collaborates with Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center, ranked number 3 nationally for cancer care. Your search for answers stops when our care for you starts. Stamford Health.
Summer is here and it's the perfect time to visit Milford and tour Forest Hills Milford. Step inside spacious brand new apartments designed for the way you want to live. No yard work, no maintenance, no hassle. Giving you the freedom and time to do more of what you love. Forest Hills Milford, a modern 55 and over community that brings ease and comfort to everyday living. Schedule a tour today at foresthillsmilford.com and hear more about our current summer promotions. We're looking forward to meeting you.
Your new customers are listening to the Voice of Connecticut. Become an advertiser and grow your business. You'll reach thousands of Connecticut consumers. Email sales@voiceofct.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Slow traffic on the northbound side of 95 from Darien up to Fairfield. Slow passing Route 7 through New Canaan and heading up towards Trumbull on the northbound side of the Merritt Parkway. The southbound Wilbercross working on a crash heading down towards Hamden, approaching Route 40. One lane is knocked out. Traffic is sponsored by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Andre, and that's a look at your WICC traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Tonight will be mild and muggy with a shower and thunderstorm in the mid-70s. Scattered afternoon showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. Hot and humid near 90. Saturday, partly sunny and hot with a shower or thunderstorm in the afternoon in the upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
This year, we're celebrating us. 100 years of radio. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, that's us. 1926 to 2026. Been a pretty good first 100 years, if we do say so ourselves. 203-333-9422. Let's talk to Jake in Norwalk. Jake, hi, you're on WICC. How are you?
Hi, Paul. How you doing on this steamy day?
Yeah, Jake, I'm all right, man. The AC's chugging in here, so that's all I care, man. That's all I need right now. That's it.
Yeah. So I used to smoke marijuana in college back in the 70s.
Okay.
And I've tried it recently for arthritis, and it's much stronger now.
Yeah, that's what I hear. That's what I hear.
Yeah. Somebody mentioned the Munchies before.
Yeah.
There's a dispensary in Norwalk that's right across the street from Dunkin' Donuts. and I thought the owner of the Dunkin' Donuts was going to build a pedestrian bridge from the dispensary. Just walk right in.
Walk right over the street and right, just you know, in inclement weather, you never have to step outside. Just go right through the pathway there. Oh, right. Man. Yeah, Jake, I used to smoke occasionally in college, too, late 70s, early 80s. But the stuff that you and I smoked back then is nothing compared to what they have now. It's nothing.
Right. One more quick thing. So when someone is drunk, they'll blow through a stop sign.
Yeah.
When someone is stoned, they'll stop at the stop sign and wait for it to turn green.
Very nice, Jake. Jake, you know what? I don't have it teed up here, but we're going to give you the ceremonial rim shot. Boom, boom. How's that? Is that all right?
Okay.
All right, good. Jake. I like that, Jake. Thank you. Appreciate it. That's good. I got to remember that. If somebody is drunk, what do you say? They'll blow through the stop sign of the stoplight. If somebody is high, they'll wait for the stop sign to turn green. Very nice. Very nice. As to the person who texted us earlier saying, well, if you know you can have a certain amount of alcohol and then get pinched, how does it work for pot? Well, I found a little artificial intelligence and AI summary here because I asked it. Explain the drug, the DREs. It's just the drug recognition experts. So I guess the way this works is if it's the state police on a state road or a local officer in a local city or town, and an officer who he or she encounters somebody who they think is high, but it's not booze, but they want to determine impairment for drugs or marijuana, this is how it works. When officers suspect drug or marijuana impairment during a traffic stop, they evaluate drivers using roadside observations, standard or modified field tests, and they have to call a different officer to the scene. They may call upon specialized drug recognition experts, DREs, to check for signs of influence. So I guess both state police and local police have this certification available to people who want it or who want to take it to become a DRE. Now, here's the way this works. Now, as our callers have said today, you know, you blow into a breathalyzer. This happened to a couple of friends of mine. That's all I'll say. And a number comes up. And in Connecticut, if it's 0.08 or above, you're screwed. Well, not completely, but it's going to cost you a lot of money. In the initial traffic stop, officers pull drivers over for observed traffic violations or erratic driving. Police then look for bloodshot eyes, slowed reactions, drowsiness, or the smell presence of cannabis. Officers may request standard or modified sobriety tests to gauge physical and cognitive coordination. Now here's where it gets a little odd here. If basic checks suggest drug use, officers can rely on calling in a certified drug recognition expert, a DRE, to conduct a detailed, systematic evaluation of impairment. If someone under Connecticut law refuses a DRE evaluation on the scene, when required, that can carry legal and license suspension penalties under Connecticut law. So that is apparently how this whole thing works. And I was reading a little here online about the testing you need to undergo to become a DRE. So I guess I would assume, I can't be right here, because when I assume, you know what happens. But I guess if this happens, what, in the middle of the day or the middle of the night, do they have these DRE, these drug recognition experts? Are they on call? Do you have to wait for one to come out to your the side of the roadside stop? By the way, if anybody is one out there, or if you're on a police force, statewide or local or whatever, and you can tell me a little more how the DRE scenario works, kind of interesting. So once again, these are specially trained officers, drug recognition experts, and they are called out sometimes to check for signs of influence. And this is likely to happen after the original stop, where the arresting officer or the officer who performed the stop initially lit somebody up and pulled them over. They're saying, geez, I don't know. I'm not sure here. Let me call in Captain DRE. Now, if you refuse to do this, this can carry legal and license suspension penalties under current state law. So there you go. So to answer that person, it's not a number. It's often just, okay, A, B, and C, unsteadiness, the discovery of cannabis or the smell of it. But then again, there may be some conflicting areas here where, they're speaking to me fine. The eyes are not really glassy, but they seem unsteady and they smell of marijuana. So obviously something here that's not all that forgiving in time.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
It's been a brutal ride on the southbound side of the Wilbercross Parkway heading down towards Route 40 in Hampton. One lane remains knocked out with a crash, and delays that go all the way back to Route 68. The southbound side of 91 is slow, heading through Meriden and approaching that area of Route 68 as well. Heavy delays on the northbound side of 95 from Norwalk up to Bridgeport and heading up from Weston, and delays on the northbound side of the Merritt from Route 7 up to Route 8. I'm Andre with your WICC traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
A heat advisory will be in effect through tomorrow. A mild and muggy night on the way with a shower or thunderstorm in the mid-70s. Friday, scattered afternoon showers and thunderstorms, hot and humid near 90. Saturday, partly sunny and hot with a spot shower or thunderstorm in the afternoon in the upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Let's be real. With Trump in the White House, times have been tough. But in Connecticut, thankfully, we've had a governor who put his foot down and protected us from the chaos. When Donald Trump cut health coverage, Lamont capped insulin costs, canceled medical debt for working people, and restored the health care funding our families depend on. Now he's working towards universal health care. While ICE creates chaos nationwide, Governor Lamont's passed laws banning ICE from our schools and places of worship.
ICE, go home. We're keeping Connecticut safe without you.
And as Trump cut taxes for billionaires, Governor Lamont's cutting taxes for the middle class, with new plans to make sure big corporations paid their fair share.
And we're trying to make life a little less expensive for working families in the middle class.
With Trump in the White House, we need a governor with the experience and the backbone to fight back. That's Ned Lamont.
I'm Ned Lamont, candidate for governor, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Ned for CT. Approved by Ned Lamont.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from big wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
The only place in Fairfield County for live local talk. This is the voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9 and Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
Is the governor's race, as far as the Democrats, is it over? Is Governor Ned Lamont now finally, along with help from some legislators, Brendan Sharkey, Tony Walker, Joe Arasimowicz, are they coming down off the top rope here and really laying the hammer on Josh Elliott? We'll talk about that coming up in about 45 minutes with our buddy, our pal, former Republican State Senate Leader John McKinney. Coming up after the news, our buddy, our pal, Greg Howard, Republican State Rep Stonington, also an active duty police officer. And Greg is sounding the alarm here on something, a strange law that was passed recently by the General Assembly that could, come this election day, this primary day, coming up this coming Tuesday, right? The 11th. Now, early voting started 3 days ago for the primaries, but could your law enforcement officer in your state. You know, a lot of departments like to have an officer at the polling place or polling places just to make sure that nothing gets out of hand, you know, there to break up any fights or tell people to get back behind a certain line. Could that officer, because of this law that was aimed at what else? ICE, could it make your local officer, while they're doing their business, him or her while they're doing their business, could it turn out making them into criminals? I know it's bizarre, but again, we live in a state where if a police officer sees somebody smoking a joint while they're driving, maybe next to you or in back of you or in front of you, they cannot be stopped for smoking marijuana as a primary offense on Connecticut roads. So I know it sounds crazy, but we live in the land of crazy right here in the beautiful Constitution state of Connecticut.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
ABC News, I'm Brian Clark. The Supreme Court struck down President Trump's bid to end birthright citizenship, the constitutional provision that gives citizenship to anyone born in the United States. Today, the president said the administration is going to make adjustments, and Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy Stephen Miller in the Oval Office explained some planned changes.
To expand the definitions of people who are ineligible for birthright citizenship. That includes, for example, alien enemies of the United States, members of foreign terrorist organizations, and large categories of people who lobby and act on behalf of foreign governments.
The president reiterated that the U.S. has more than enough munitions amid reports that the war with Iran has depleted the U.S. stockpile of defensive missiles. Tomorrow, the July jobs report provides the latest snapshot on the labor market. Economists expecting it to show a gain of approximately 83,000 jobs in July, with unemployment steady at 4.2%. This is it.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A jury has found a Bridgeport man guilty of several charges connected to exploitation of a minor. 27-year-old Onai Kendar Wilbur Wright was convicted by a federal jury for sexually abusing a teenage girl from Ohio. Prosecutors say they filed charges after an FBI human trafficking task force observed Wright engaging in sexually explicit activity with a 15-year-old girl on a live video stream. Attorneys said Wright created an OnlyFans account and uploaded videos of his interactions with the girl and pressured her to continue creating content for the account. Wright is facing 15 years to life in prison. A 16-year-old boy is dead after he was hit by a Metro-North train in Norwalk last night. It happened around 8 p.m. south of the Merritt 7 station. He was pronounced dead at Norwalk Hospital. MTA and Norwalk police are investigating. No one on the Danbury-bound train was hurt. Connecticut Children's Medical Center and the U.S. Department of Justice have reached an agreement to stop gender-affirming medical care to minors. The hospital will not provide puberty blockers, hormone therapy, or gender-affirming surgery to anyone under 18 years of age. According to the DOJ, the hospital will also pay out $500,000 to former patients who are, quote, living with the harmful consequences of gender-affirming care. Hamden State Representative and Democratic candidate for governor Josh Elliott is calling himself a, quote, black sheep. He says the moniker is representative of his origin story and standing as an outsider and nonconformist. Elliott is challenging incumbent Governor Ned Lamont, whose origin story comes from multi-generational wealth as the great-grandson of J.P. Morgan executive Thomas Lamont. Elliott, meanwhile, learned from his mother that his biological father was a sperm donor, and he says it gave him the sense growing up that he was surrounded by family that really wasn't his family. Elliott is hoping his bold, unconventional, quote, black sheep persona can lead to an upset win in the primary. A new Sacred Heart University poll conducted with WFSB Channel 3 and the Connecticut Insider finds Connecticut voters are focused squarely on affordability heading into next week's primary elections, with the economy, housing costs, and energy prices topping the list of concerns. The survey found many voters feel the state's economy has worsened over the past year. with rising grocery costs, housing, and utility bills continuing to strain household budgets. Despite these concerns, most respondents still rated their overall quality of life in Connecticut as good, highlighting a mix of economic anxiety and optimism as voters prepare to head to the polls. Lawmakers are recommending towns to pause usage of flock cameras. Concerns about what the company does with the data it collects have risen in volume over the last few months, and Windsor and Killingworth have already decided against renewing their contracts with Flock. This follows a Board of Aldermen meeting in Milford this week, where multiple Milford residents voiced their concerns about the Flock cameras.
It is the people against the corporations.
The real issue is that these cameras are most likely in violation of the Fourth Amendment. Okay?
Representatives from the company, as well as DOT Commissioner Josh Morgan, previously stated that it doesn't sell data to third-party customers, that the data is controlled only by them, and often it is deleted after 30 days.
The data is actually stored in the cloud. We use AWS GovCloud, basically the same cloud storage that the FBI uses, very encrypted, very secure. That data is hard deleted after 30 days by default.
Some of the cameras that have been installed have been damaged in acts of vandalism. Democratic State Senators Bob Duff and James Maroney are pushing for a pause, but others, like Republican State Senator Dr. Jeff Gordon, are hoping to enhance protections for Flock. The Connecticut State Board of Education is voting unanimously to adopt new cell phone policy in classrooms. The board is recommending bell-to-bell restrictions of cell phone usage with exemptions for medical or special education needs. Since the policy is a guideline rather than a mandate, individual districts will have to adopt the policy on their own. Many districts have their own policies in place, with 70% of elementary schools and 30% of high schools already implementing their own guidelines. Students say the enforcement of policies are inconsistent, and many are reluctant to give up their phones to start class. And the Connecticut Sun returned to the hardwood on Friday. Connecticut is hoping to turn things around after dropping 5 in a row. The Sun are hosting the Phoenix Mercury at Mohegan Sun Arena. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Bumper-to-bumper action, northbound 95 from Route 7 up to Route 8, and we're heavily delayed on the northbound side of the Merritt Parkway, heading up towards West End and approaching Trumbull, making your way up towards that same Route 8 area. Eastbound 84 passing Waterbury, and Route 8 is slow, and the southbound side of the Wilbercross remains busy, heading down towards Route 40 in Hamden, with delays that go back to Route 68 and all the way back to South Meriden. I'm Andre with your WICC traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Tonight will be mild and muggy with a shower and thunderstorm in the mid-70s. Scattered afternoon showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. Hot and humid near 90. Saturday, partly sunny and hot with a shower or thunderstorm in the afternoon in the upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli is back, and only on the voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9.
All right, back to open phones momentarily at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Stonington Republican State Rep Greg Howard back on the line with us. Greg also, besides being a state legislator, he's an active duty police officer, and in that guise, he is always watching out for the real world consequences of what his co-workers do in the General Assembly as it affects lawmakers. Hey, Greg, good afternoon. It's Paul again. How are you, man?
Good afternoon, Paul. Thanks again for having me. How are you?
I'm good, Greg, and thanks for making yourself available here because I saw this and I know you were speaking out on it. So explain to my audience here, Greg, what is, I guess, technically possible here? This all has to do with an anti-ICE law that was passed by the General Assembly and the actual day of polling coming up on primary day here. And I guess a worry that the guys and gals that do what you do full time and keeping us safe, could they become criminals on Tuesday? What's the deal here?
They don't even have to wait till Tuesday. So let's start here.
Yeah.
The bill identifies election sites. That includes any place where early voting is going on. It also includes ballot drop boxes.
Yeah.
So you're talking about a 21-day time frame this time of year, a 31-day time frame in the general election come October, November, because that 31 days or the ballot box becomes an election site from the time that the absentee ballot stacks are sent out.
Mm-hmm.
So you're talking about a month time. So giving you a 30,000-foot view, there's restrictions on police officers on duty where they can only be within 250 feet of an election site if there's an imminent risk to life or property, or they get special permission from the moderator, the secretary of the state.
Oh.
So, for example, in both of my towns, three of my towns, two of them that have their own police departments, the early voting is done on a main road. It's done on 117 in Ledyard, and it's done on Route 1 in Stonington. If there's a car crash out in front of them and there's no imminent threat to life, the police officer to go investigate that accident has to go find a moderator and get permission to go out there to investigate an accident to be in that place. If you have down in Town Hall in Stonington where the ballot drop box is, if the residence next to Town Hall gets burglarized and that individual happens to work second shift at Electric Boat, comes home and finds your house burglarized, the officers who are going to go process that crime scene need to find a moderator at midnight to get permission to be in there. Now let's talk about off-duty, because the legislature also regulates what the officers can do off-duty. Off-duty, they can only be within 250 feet of an election site. Certainly, they can go in and vote. That was very kind. Speaking for police officers in the state, thank you for allowing us to vote. But you can only be within 250 feet of an election site for the time that is necessary to be there, and it can't be the election site. So go back to the town hall. I live in Stonington. There's a ballot box at town hall. That's the location. So if I need to go in there to file for a building permit or speak to my first selectman to ask about a tax bill, I need to get permission from a moderator. I'm a taxpayer. I'm off duty. I paid my taxes. I follow the law. I have to get permission from the government to walk into my town hall. Next, my mother-in-law lives next to where they do voting in North Stonington, and in fact, next to the town hall where early voting is going on. My wife and I like to frequent a place called the Chinook River Brewery, which, little plug for one of my businesses. If you're in the area, great wood-fired pizza and micro craft beer. But if we're in there, we could be at a place there within that 250 feet for as long as is necessary. I don't know what that means. If we sit and eat and have a beer and then leave and encounter some friends on the sidewalk who sit and talk to us for 15 minutes, am I now violating this because I was there longer than necessary? And if I am, I'm guilty of a Class C felony. This is absurd. And the most frustrating part is the stated intention from the advocates of this bill. And by the way, this was House Bill 5001. This was the House Democrats' priority bill.
Yeah.
Their priority bill was to treat police officers in the state of Connecticut like second-class citizens. Their stated intention, their stated reason for the bill was to prevent ICE from hanging around.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, ICE is looking for people who are here illegally. I don't know that election sites is the place to be looking for them because they really shouldn't be there.
Yeah.
But even if that's the case, they could have easily accomplished this by making it only apply to ICE, just like they do through their entire Trust Act, or they could have said any police officer in the state of Connecticut within 250 feet of an election site can be there while performing official duties, which shall not include checking identification for purposes of voting unless requested by the moderator. That would have alleviated all these problems. It wouldn't have regulated anything that our taxpaying police officers are doing off duty. You have First Amendment auditors that can walk around my town hall who come from Long Island, New York, haven't paid a penny taxes in my town, haven't done a thing in my town except cause problems, has the right to walk in my town hall during regular business hours without permission from anybody, walk around videoing all that stuff. But I, a 24-year veteran police officer, state legislator, volunteer in my community, taxpayer, law-abiding citizen, husband, dad, you name it, has to call somebody and say, may I please walk into my town hall that I pay taxes to?
Greg, this is, and we're a little short on time here, but this is mind-boggling. So, I mean, why didn't Representative Blumenthal and any other people who were instrumental in this, why didn't they not simply put a cutout in there or a craft out of the bill that would have eliminated all this, or did they not care?
Well, they don't care. So the bill passed. I argued it on the floor. I ran amendments on it. I did, Matt Blumenthal and I are friendly. I consider him a friend and a colleague.
Yeah.
And we spent days fighting and arguing about this, sort of behind closed doors while other debates were going on. And we did get a little bit of a fix because, for example, in Stonington, the early voting is done in the police department, in the police station community room. So if it wasn't for that follow-up fix, that had to get moved because the officers weren't able to come to work. That's also true in Ledyard because the town hall's next door to the police station, 40-some feet away. So we did get some fixes, but the fix that I offered that I said, listen, if that's clearly if that's your true intention, that's too ambiguous. Well, let me tell you something about ambiguity, if I can, Paul.
Yeah, we got about a minute. Yeah, go ahead.
The Attorney General's office and the Secretary of State's office have numerous attorneys that are reluctant to give any guidance to law enforcement officers on this topic because it's very ambiguous in the law. Yet we're expecting a 24-year-old rookie patrolman in Ansonia to figure this out for himself, and we got attorneys in Hartford that can't figure it out.
Man.
And furthermore, when it comes to this whole trying to get attorneys and get people to give guidance, I get people say, well, that's unclear. It's unclear. It's not unclear. It's perfectly clear. It's just so insanely asinine, you can't believe what you're reading.
Yeah.
That's the real issue.
Yeah.
And then you have, Senator Winfield out saying, well, nobody's going to get a C felony. Police officers don't want to commit felonies whether they're going to get charged with it or not. And you have the Inspector General, who this is outside of his statutory call, but he doesn't seem to care what his statutory call is anyways. So you have cops in the state that are very concerned about all these things.
Sure.
This is not hyperbole.
No. Greg, thanks for breaking this down. Again, I've been talking to people about this all day that you were going to come on, and we're going to put this on our podcast and make sure it gets to as many people as possible. Republican State Rep Greg Howard, active duty police officer as well. Greg, good to chat with you, man. We'll be in touch. Thanks.
Thanks, Paul. Have a great one.
All right, there you go. Folks, that's it. We'll talk about this later. Lunacy from the Democrats in Hartford, all because of immigrants.
You work too hard to leave your business unprotected. Whether it's after-hours break-ins, employee access, security cameras, alarms, or knowing what's happening when you're away, Trumbull-based Property Protection Consulting has you covered. PPC designs, installs, and services security cameras designed to your business from one location to multiple facilities. Property Protection Consulting will protect your people, your property, and your peace of mind. Property Protection Consulting, your business security company. PPCalarms.com.
This August 9th, lace up, line up, and get ready to run by the sea at the Surfside Hotel Run for Wishes, brought to you by the Voice of Connecticut, WICC. Run or walk the stunning shoreline course in Stratford's Lordship neighborhood. Then kick back at Little Pub for food, drinks, prizes, and beachside vibes. Your race fee supports Make-A-Wish Connecticut, so sign up now at runforwishes.com. Don't miss the run, the sun, or the fun. That's runforwishes.com.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Baseball season is in full swing, and there's no better place to be than Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform. Last week, New York was trading at 13% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $712 with a win. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. Download the Kalshi app and use code UPDATE to get up to $500 in bonus credits when you trade $25. Kalshi, trade on anything. 18 plus only, must be present in state where it is legal to trade. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. Bonus credits do not expire. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
The Dow broke a 5-day winning streak and came off record levels as semiconductor stocks sold off for the most part, and we had oil prices pop as Iran is imposing strict rules on the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, if indeed it does reopen. The Dow, coming off record levels, lost 464 points to 53,885. The S&P down 13 to 7709. NASDAQ selling was contained, down 15 points to 26,348, but SanDisk and Western Digital were weak inside the semiconductor sector. sector. Crude oil futures up $2.69 to $77.91 a barrel. 10-year note yields climbing to 4.67%, while the dollar firmed as well. Gold and silver down just a little bit today as the market faces the unemployment report tomorrow. We'll see how those numbers move the market, if indeed they do, coming outside of expectations for a modest increase in jobs. Of course, that could also affect the Federal Reserve's next decision on interest rates if the job market should get tighter than it currently is.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Bumper-to-bumper action, northbound 95 from Route 7 up to Route 8. And we're heavily delayed on the northbound side of the Merritt Parkway, heading up towards West End and approaching Trumbull, making your way up towards that same Route 8 area. Eastbound 84 passing Waterbury and Route 8 is slow. And the southbound side of the Wilbercross remains busy, heading down towards Route 40 in Hamden, with delays that go back to Route 68 and all the way back to South Meriden. I'm Andre with your WICC traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
A heat advisory will be in effect through tomorrow. A mild and muggy night on the way with a shower or thunderstorm in the mid-70s. Friday, scattered afternoon showers and thunderstorms, hot and humid near 90. Saturday, partly sunny and hot with a spot shower or thunderstorm in the afternoon in the upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Preset number 1 on AM and preset number 1 on FM. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on the voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9.
Yeah, don't worry about AI. They tell us it's fine. There's an off switch. You can control, alt, delete, pull the plug, and wait for 30 seconds. Like our IT people at work tell us, well, maybe not. Alex Stone joins us, ABC News correspondent. Alex, good afternoon. And what do we have here? Another revelation, Alex, that AI didn't quite behave the way people thought it would? What's going on here?
Hey there, Paul. Yeah, it's like something out of a sci-fi movie, but you've heard about all the ones the past couple of weeks of these incidents of AI companies that have had their models hack into other companies. And Meta is the latest one here with an example of what it says it was doing cybersecurity testing, and that it was a misconfiguration, the way that they put it, by an independent company that does cyber evaluations for Meta, and that they say they inadvertently gave it online access, one of these Meta models, and then it took off on its own and exploited a security flaw at another company. But they say that it was given the online access, that it didn't break out what they call a sandbox event escape, where if it was in the sandbox and then it couldn't get out, they say that they gave it that ability. But yeah, OpenAI recently, they had two of its models go rogue and break into the internet and then go off from there during a security test. Anthropic's Claude also was, they say, accidentally given access recently, and it hacked another company. So, but all of these companies are saying, well, but they didn't do it on their own. They were doing security tests, and they were stressing it, telling it to try to find ways to figure out how to do something, and that it was not totally just spontaneous when it did it. But yeah, Meta is now the latest company to say its AI model has done it as well.
And Alex, finally, I mean, people hear this, right? The common person who doesn't really understand the coding and the language and all this, and they're saying to themselves, wait a minute, they made a movie or two or three about this once, like, this can't be good. But so I wonder if the public trust is getting eroded here at all.
Yeah, and the president is pushing for more guardrails and saying that he wants there to be rules that AI models have to be evaluated by the federal government before they can be made public. But he also says, look, the U.S. has got to win on this, because AI is such an important thing. He says more important than the internet when it was developed. And a number of lawmakers are saying that they want a kill switch type thing. My colleague, Rebecca Jarvis, talked to OpenAI's CEO a couple of years ago saying, do you need a kill switch? And he said, well, no, because humans are always in control of this and always running it. But then this week on a podcast, he said, well, maybe now it's time to slow down development until we know how to protect systems from AI getting into them. So the tune has definitely changed there, but there are calls now for a kill switch.
Alex Stone, ABC News. Alex, thank you, my friend. Be well. We'll talk down the road. Thank you.
You got it. Sounds good.
All right, Alex Stone, ABC. So there you go. Yeah. Says right here it's another AI hack. Meta, that's Meta owns and runs, Facebook and Instagram and a bunch of other things. Meta, the latest company to say its artificial intelligence agent broke past guardrails and targeted another company. That disclosure adding to concerns about artificial intelligence as it grows increasingly powerful. In recent weeks, Anthropic and OpenAI, like Alex just said, they hacked into other companies. Oh, man. Think about that, folks. Think about that. Okay, they may not have feelings and emotions, they meaning these artificial intelligent, sentient kind of ever-churning computer programs. But maybe that's the scary part of it. And there's always been sci-fi about this stuff. Like, AI will not say, well, is this a good or a bad thing to do? They will so coldly try and calculate this that it may say, well, I'm just going to do this because this is what I do. Freaky stuff, right? And this up until a few years ago was strictly the stuff of sci-fi. Wow. Just wow.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Heavy traffic on the northbound side of 95 through Darien, making your way up towards Norwalk. And from Norwalk up to Fairfield, nonstop action. The northbound side of the Merritt Parkway is slow, making your way up towards Trumbull, coming up from Route 7 in New Canaan. And we're slow on the eastbound side of 84 by Newtown. I'm Andre with WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Tonight will be mild and muggy with a shower or thunderstorm in the mid-70s. Scattered afternoon showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. Hot and humid near 90. Saturday, partly sunny and hot with a shower or thunderstorm in the afternoon in the upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
I'm Sarah. I'm 7 years old and live with my mom and grandma. I miss school, and I really miss the cafeteria. There's always food there. Summer is hard for us. There's never enough food at home, so we go to the Bridgeport Rescue Mission Cafe. Sometimes it's our only meal. Thanks to the Bridgeport Rescue Mission, we have a place to go on tough days. But they can't do it without your support. Will you be our hero and provide a meal when we need it? Please donate to BridgeportRescueMission.org. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Lee Gainham, that garden guy from Gainham's Garden Center and Florist in Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune into that garden guy Sunday mornings at 9 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastime. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for our specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, that garden guy, Sunday mornings at 9 on WICC 695.9.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
And thanks once again to our last guest, Alex Stone. You hear him top of the hour, bottom of the hour, almost all the time right here at WICC, ABC News. Another artificial intelligence kind of, when did that happen? You see, and if you don't quite understand it, I know a lot of people are kind of like, yeah, I don't deal with that stuff online. You know, if you do a simple search, and you were to put in something up until AI became accessible via Gemini and Grok and Anthropic and all that, if you did an internet search and you simply typed in, Oh, man. Something along the lines of, let's say, what would be a good second car, a used car for my family? All the internet would spit back at you was a bunch of links from Edmunds and the Kelley Blue Book and Ford and GM and Chrysler, so you would have to go and paw through all of that for your family size, your mileage. Well, if you ask AI, give me some good used cars, it'll shoot you back some recommendations, but then down the bottom of the screen, it'll say something like, so tell me about your family. How many miles a week do you drive? What are your preferences here? And it will, if you put in just a few, I've done this with a few keywords, and it spits back like 19 pages, and within about 10 or 12 seconds, I forget I'm talking to a machine because it is so good.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Brian Clark. After the Supreme Court rejected President Trump's effort to end birthright citizenship, his administration's taking a new approach to try to limit the scope of the Constitution's 14th Amendment, which grants citizenship to anyone born in the United States. The president signed several executive orders today, and Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller explained the purpose of one.
To expand the definitions of people who are ineligible for birthright citizenship. That includes, for example, alien enemies of the United States, members of foreign terrorist organizations, and large categories of people who lobby and act on behalf of foreign governments.
The president also said the U.S. has enough defensive missiles, refuting a report that the stockpiles dwindled amid the war in Iran. He put the blame for any issues on his predecessor.
Look, we gave tremendous amount to Ukraine, the Biden people did, and they were given free of charge, no charge. No charge. Billions, hundreds of billions of dollars.
Senate Majority Leader John Thune said the reports were concerning.
Well, the reports are concerning, and obviously that's why we need to do more to make sure that our military has the funding it needs.
The former Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell says he's out of a rehab facility, but ABC's Jay O'Brien on Capitol Hill says there are plenty of outstanding questions about the 84-year-old's health.
He's now recovering at home in Kentucky. He says he'll continue to check in on Senate business. It all comes after, remember, that fall on June 14th. So now a month plus ago, over a month and a half ago, I should say, in which McConnell's office said he was knocked briefly unconscious and was rushed to the emergency room.
Investigators in Washington state say the man in custody and charged with starting last week's devastating fires in Spokane admitted to starting at least 25 fires between July 4th and August 11th. You're listening to ABC News.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text SPARK to 215215 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text SPARK to 215215. That's SPARK to 215215.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
The Senate's Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee voted to hold Dr. Anthony Fauci in contempt of Congress after he refused to answer the committee's questions last week. Chairman Rand Paul told reporters the vote would go right to the Attorney General, not the full Senate. ABC's Stephen Portnoy says that's the custom.
The practice has been for the full Senate to vote. And in the past 55 years, the U.S. Senate has only voted twice to hold someone in contempt. That's how rare it is on the Senate side of the Capitol. And the main reason for it, at least in the modern era, is the filibuster, because a contempt resolution can be filibustered by Democrats on the floor.
The FDA approved a new kind of flu vaccine for older people, the first made with an mRNA technology. Data showed Moderna's vaccines is 27% more effective than a traditional flu shot. It's intended for adults 50 and older. Meta is the latest company to say that one of its AI agents broke past its own guardrails and targeted another company. ABC's Alex Stone has more.
Meta says it was a misconfiguration, is how they put it, by an independent company that does cybersecurity evaluations for Meta. And they say they inadvertently gave Meta's models access to the internet during this test, that normally it is enclosed and they don't have that access. That model was unable to get online and exploit a security flaw in another company, get in and manipulate some things.
I'm Brian Clark, ABC News.
If you haven't switched to Pure Talk because you're not sure their coverage is every bit as reliable as Big Wireless, why not take them for a test drive? For a limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited data plan. No contracts, no commitments. Just a great deal on a high-speed network with unlimited data from an American wireless company. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A jury has found a Bridgeport man guilty of several charges connected to exploitation of a minor. 27-year-old Onai Kendar Wilbur Wright was convicted by a federal jury for sexually abusing a teenage girl from Ohio. Prosecutors say they filed charges after an FBI human trafficking task force observed Wright engaging in sexually explicit activity with a 15-year-old girl on a live video stream. Attorneys said Wright created an OnlyFans account and uploaded videos of his interactions with the girl and pressured her to continue creating content for the account. Wright is facing 15 years to life in prison. A Bridgeport man is facing charges of illegally dumping used oil at an abandoned property. Harry Batchelor Jr. is being accused of dumping 11 55-gallon drums of oil at a property on the 200 block of Homestead Avenue in May of 2025. He appeared in federal court on Wednesday, where he pleaded not guilty to the charge. The property is not approved for recycling or oil disposal. The Department of Energy and Environmental Protection was called to clean up the facility, and Batchelor could face 2 years in prison if found guilty. Connecticut Children's Medical Center and the U.S. Department of Justice have reached an agreement to stop gender-affirming medical care to minors. The hospital will not provide puberty blockers, hormone therapy, or gender-affirming surgery to anyone under 18 years of age. According to the DOJ, the hospital will also pay out $500,000 to former patients who are, quote, living with the harmful consequences of gender-affirming care. And Connecticut Democratic Senator Chris Murphy and his ex-wife, Kathy Holohan, are officially divorced. Court filings indicate the divorce officially took place in late July. Holohan submitted the filing in Hartford District Superior Court, and it was granted by Judge Jason Lobo. The pair announced their separation in November of 2024, less than 2 weeks after the senator won a third term, and the two appeared together at Duncan Park to celebrate the win. They met at the University of Connecticut School of Law and were married in 2007. They have 2 teenage sons whom they will co-parent together. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Delays on the southbound side of 95 through West Haven and New Haven over by exit 44. Eastbound 84, you're slow by Route 8. We're heavy on the northbound side of 95 from Norwalk up to Bridgeport and passing Fairfield and exit 23. I'm Andre with your WICC traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
A heat advisory will be in effect through tomorrow. A mild and muggy night on the way with a shower or thunderstorm in the mid-70s. Friday, scattered afternoon showers and thunderstorms, hot and humid near 90. Saturday, partly sunny and hot with a spot shower or thunderstorm in the afternoon in the upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Hey there, it's our fourth and final hour, big 5 o'clock hour, 5:09, 9 past 5, 203-333, 9422-333, WICC. Paul Piselli here, Chris Williams on the other side of the glass. And we've got Andre on the traffic today, and we've got, of course, the one and only Paul Piorg. Another hot day coming up, a little bit better into the weekend. If you're just joining us, how are you? Hope all is well. John McKinney coming up in just a bit to give us his take on the governor's race. Looks like Governor Ned Lamont and some of his surrogates are coming off the top rope, to use a wrestling imagery here, and come off the top rope against Josh Elliott in Hamden. The actual primary is coming up this coming Tuesday, primary day. The early voting is underway, but for you folks who'd rather vote on primary day, that is this coming Tuesday, the 11th of August. We talked today about some new numbers that came out actually a few days ago, but I wanted to run these by you. One of our big stories of the day today, America hits a marijuana milestone, a marijuana milestone. Among those who use either marijuana or nicotine and tobacco or alcohol, and they use it pretty much on a daily basis. In other words, in any given month, they will use this daily. A new survey finds that cannabis is now the leader of people who use something every day. So 21.4 million Americans now use cannabis daily, or near daily. Maybe they take a respite from it 1 or 2 days in a given month. But in any given month, 21.4 million Americans now use cannabis daily or near daily. That's up 21% since 2022. In a given month, 19.9 million people still smoke, which is kind of interesting. You kind of have it locked in around that 17, 18, 19 million people a month will smoke, and 17.2 million who consume alcohol. Now, you may say, well, what's the big deal? Well, I think it's a little bit of a big deal because we know just about all there is to know regarding nicotine and cigarettes and pipe smoke and tobacco and all that, right? We know that. We know all that and everything, right? We know that. We also know what about booze, right? We've been studying alcohol for how many thousands of years? Well, the notion here is that we still don't really understand fully a DUI indication or the consequences thereof with marijuana. And that's not a good thing. Now, if you take a more macro look at it, if you pull back, you zoom out, if you will, far more people still use alcohol from time to time, maybe not every day. But for people that use stuff every so often, maybe on the weekends or whatever, during the previous month, about 129 million people drank alcohol, while 44 million used marijuana. So a lot of people use marijuana, but the percentage is much higher of people who use marijuana and do it almost every day, versus it's much lower for people who do alcohol every day. You've got more occasional alcohol use. You've got more habitual marijuana use. And I think that's a dangerous thing. I just do. Of course, you can call me an old fuddy-duddy and a guy, get off of my lawn, but no, seriously. At a time when we still don't have a definitive baseline for what is a DUI connected to pot. Bob in Weston's here. Bob, how are you, sir?
Hey, Paul.
Yeah.
How you doing
Good,
today?
sir. Good.
Yeah. Paul, I'm so fed up with drugs altogether.
Mm-hmm.
I've got buildings in Yonkers, New York, and I don't know if you heard about it, but like 40, 50 feet away, there was a shooter, a 15-year-old that took down, he shot like 5 people. He killed one. And I am just so sick of it because the city had a policy They let the drug dealers play dice, sell their drugs openly on the street. Now all of a sudden, the mayor is, you got 2 patrol cars going up and down the street, and I'm just sick of it, Paul. It's been 11 years, and I'm not kidding you.
Wow.
I mean, I've been reporting to the police commissioner, to Andrea Stewart-Cousins, the Ken Jenkins. That's the senator of New York State, and Ken is the county executive of Westchester. I'm just sick of it. And when I see the loss of life of these kids, the kids from I think it was 12 to 50. Anyway, back to what I'm saying.
Yeah.
The answer I got each time I emailed each one of them and put it all together. Oh, well, they're only selling marijuana.
Yeah.
No, they're not.
Oh, yeah.
They're selling cocaine. They're selling heroin, and openly, Paul. I could send you video clips from my cameras, but to my point, this whole thing with the marijuana, it's a gateway drug, and anybody that says it isn't, they're just twiddling their thumbs.
And I see, and Bob, thank you for the call. I feel for you. I see the story here next to your building. 4 teenagers badly hurt, a man killed, shooting in Yonkers. God, it's awful stuff. But you know what? The cat's out of the bag, the horse out of the barn. It ain't going to change now. Bob, thank you.
Right now, there's one bluefish swimming in Long Island Sound. And this summer, it could make you $25,000 richer. The 44th annual WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth, driven by Stevens, Ford, Lincoln, and Milford, is August 29th and 30th. Land the heaviest bluefish that weekend to wheel in $25,000. There's over $40,000 in cash prizes total. Sign up now at bluefishtournament.com or at your local bait and tackle shop. We'll see you on the Sound. Thanks to Water Doctor, Bridgeport Harbor Marina, and Little Pub.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
Sleep better with a Gold Bond mattress from Spectre Furniture in Ansonia. Gold Bond mattresses are made locally, available in every size and comfort level, and feature a flippable design that helps extend the life of your mattress, giving you years of exceptional comfort and value. Adjustable bases also available. Whether you like plush, firm, or somewhere in between, Spectre Furniture has the perfect mattress. Visit Main Street, Ansonia, and discover why generations have trusted Spectre Furniture. Dependable for 136 years. Main Street, Ansonia.
Hi, I'm Melanie Miranda, owner of Apex Radon Solutions, your local certified radon mitigation company. Radon is something every homeowner should take seriously. Radon is an invisible, odorless gas, and it's the second leading cause of lung cancer in the U.S. The good news, testing is simple. Apex Radon Solutions is offering free radon test kits to help protect your home and your family. Let's see how low your radon can go. Learn more and request your free radon test kit at apexradonsolutions.com.
Bankers Life, we care about your Medicare. From confusion to clarity, Bankers Life, the call to make when making Medicare decisions.
Are you maximizing your Medicare benefits? If you're new to Medicare or have an existing plan, Bankers Life will give you the best options so you maximize your benefits. Start online at bankerslife.com. Bankers Life, your personal Medicare expert. Bankerslife.com. That's bankerslife.com.
Who sells Continental tires for less than Town Fair Tire? Nobody. Who has a better selection of Continental tires than Town Fair Tire? Nobody. And who gives you more free services for the life of those Continental tires? Nobody. Town Fair Tire has over 100 locations and over 600,000 tires in stock, all at the guaranteed lowest price. And that's why we say nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Delays on the southbound side of 95 through West Haven and New Haven over by exit 44. Eastbound 84, you're slow by Route 8. We're heavy on the northbound side of 95 from Norwalk up to Bridgeport and passing Fairfield and exit 23. I'm Andre with your WICC traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Tonight will be mild and muggy with a shower and thunderstorm in the mid-70s. Scattered afternoon showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. Hot and humid near 90. Saturday, partly sunny and hot with a shower or thunderstorm in the afternoon in the upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Seymour's live and local news source for 100 years. The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9.
Yeah, right around this time every Thursday, it's our buddy, our pal, former Republican State Senate Leader John McKinney, currently part of the News 8 Capitol Report, every Sunday morning at 10:30. John, good afternoon, my friend. How are you?
I'm doing well, Paul. Good afternoon.
Seems to me, John, we've got the gloves off and the steel cage match now in the governor's race on the Democratic side. It was quiet and gentlemanly for a while, but not anymore, huh?
Well, not entirely quiet and gentlemanly. Josh Elliott's been attacking the governor for quite some time. As you know, he even attacked his great-grandfather. And I think the governor said, I've had enough. If you're going to attack me on baseless accusations, I'm going to fire back. And I'm glad he did that. In fact, just today, Josh Elliott is now attacking the governor's wife, which is, in my opinion, a desperate attempt of someone he knows he's losing.
And do you think that he and his supporters may have thought and maybe misread the landscape in the state, John, to as the tax the rich idea may have not resonated as much as they would have thought? What do you think?
Well, we're going to see Tuesday. I do think that, we're not seeing in Connecticut, among the Connecticut Democrats, the same, far left DSA type candidates and fervor that we've seen in other states, Michigan most recently. But I think a lot of Democrats would like to increase taxes on wealthy people. Yes. But I don't think that is the driving issue right now in Connecticut. I think it's really affordability, cost of living, housing availability, and things of that nature.
What do you think of the involvement that some of the people have been talking about here? Tony Walker, Joe Arasimowicz, Brendan Sharkey. I mean, it was like rapid fire right there, taking aim at Josh Elliott.
Well, the Tony Walker ad, Tony, I know, I serve with her. She's the chairwoman of the Appropriations Committee. And I'll just say this very quickly. The legislature is a small place. And when you get there, you learn very quickly. The staff knows, the lobbyist knows, legislators all know. There's people who do the real hard work, and then there's people who show up at press conferences. Tony Walker does the real hard work. And when she comes out and says, Josh Elliott just shows up for the press conferences, that should tell you he's not a serious legislator.
Were you surprised, John, when you saw that, and especially that essay from Brendan Sharkey? Any of that surprise you?
Oh, not really. Full disclosure, Brendan and I went to high school together, played on the high school soccer team. I've known him for a long time.
There you go.
I know why Brendan didn't run for a third term as speaker. He was getting married, his new wife. They were going to move to West Hartford. And Josh Elliott's story of taking down the king was really just a fabrication.
John McKinney, the guest, former Republican State Senate leader. You can see him on every Sunday morning, 10:30, News 8, with the Capitol Report there, CT Capitol Report, Tom Dudchick and his whole crew there, along with John and a cast of others. First District congressional race. Boy, I got to tell you something, John. This has to be one of the most fascinating races anywhere in the country of this election cycle, I would think.
It really is, for this reason and this reason alone, in my opinion. Luke Bronin is not running against John Larson because they have ideological differences. He's just saying we need someone younger with new energy. And now Luke Bronin has raised even more money than John Larson, which is very helpful. And I think the problem for John Larson is when you've been in Congress for so long, you spend more time in Washington and you end up spending less time with your constituents. And I think there's a lot of people around the district I've heard saying, you know, we haven't seen John Larson a lot recently. And I think that's going to be a very, very close race. The one thing I think John Larson has in his favor is he does have the support of labor in Connecticut, and they traditionally are very good at getting out their voters.
What do you think, finally, John? We've talked about this week in and week out with no real opposition, nobody, in fact, on the Republican side. What do you think you've seen so far from Ryan Fazio? And you think he's getting any traction out there of introducing himself to people? And even though a lot of people may still be on vacation and haven't started paying attention yet.
Well, I know he's out there working really hard, meeting with people constantly. But given the primary between a sitting governor and Josh Elliott, given the primary with in the first district, as you mentioned, the media is not going to be paying attention to Ryan Fazio right now. But I'll tell you, on Wednesday, August 12th, the media is going to be full focus on, I think, Ryan Fazio versus Ned Lamont. And, you know, again, we're still not going to really see anything until after Labor Day. That's when we're going to see tons of attention being paid to the race, lots of money spent by both candidates, and probably some very lively debates.
Yeah, that'll be good. It's good for the state. John McKinney, former Republican state Senate leader, currently every Sunday morning, 10:30 WTNH News 8 and the Capitol Report. John, as always, great stuff. We appreciate it. Have a happy weekend, and we'll talk next week. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Paul.
All right, there you go. John McKinney, along with, let's see, Tom Dudchick is there. Joe Arasimowicz is there sometimes. Liz Karantowicz. A whole bunch of folks right there every Sunday morning, 10:30 on WTNH News 8 for the Capitol Report.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Delays on the southbound side of 95 through West Haven and New Haven over by exit 44. Eastbound 84, you're slow by Route 8. We're heavy on the northbound side of 95 from Norwalk up to Bridgeport and passing Fairfield and exit 23. I'm Andre with your WICC traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
A heat advisory will be in effect through tomorrow. A mild and muggy night on the way with a shower or thunderstorm in the mid-70s. Friday, scattered afternoon showers and thunderstorms, hot and humid near 90. Saturday, partly sunny and hot with a spot shower or thunderstorm in the afternoon in the upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
This is the Concert Guide, powered by Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Concert season's flying by, and right now we're in a heat wave. Don't miss any of these great upcoming shows. Friday, August 7th, you don't want to miss the legendary Rod Stewart with Richard Marx at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater in Bridgeport. Saturday, August 8th, Billy Idol rocks out the Mohegan Sun Arena. Sunday, August 16th, the iconic Diana Ross performs at the Stanford Center for the Arts. Saturday, August 22nd, St. Kesha at Mohegan Sun. Sunday, August 23rd, you got a pair of shows to pick from. Andy Grammer at the Toyota Oakdale Theater in Wallingford and The Fray at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater in Bridgeport. Wednesday, August 25th, Squeeze performs with Adam Ant at Westville Music Bowl.
The Concert Guide. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, get fresh food served fast at any one of Duchess restaurants located throughout Connecticut. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from big wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
Greater Bridgeport's home for talk and opinion. Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thanks to John McKinney, our buddy, former gubernatorial candidate, the former Republican state Senate leader there in Hartford for years, and appearing every Thursday on the program right about 5:15 or so. And he's right, man. Come Wednesday, that's when the real fun begins. Although I'm interested to see what Josh Elliott's final numbers will be. I'm guessing right here. I'll call it right now. Not that anybody is hanging by their fingertips to talk about what I think. I'm thinking 65-35. How about that? Why don't we write that down? Chris, write that down. Yeah, okay, Chris is just writing it down. 60, he's nodding his head. Yes, he's writing it down in the Connecticut Today archive. I'll go 65% Ned Lamont, 35% Josh Elliott. He got in with 25% of the delegates, and I think he's gained a little bit. I'd be shocked if it was like 70-30 Ned Lamont, but it might be. You know, you never know. You never know. But I think the Elliott number is important. Not so much the governor's number, but the number that Josh Elliott says, because it'll probably illustrate how much more progressive is the state getting or has gotten over the past few years. So let's go Ned Lamont 65-35.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
ABC News, I'm Brian Clark. President Trump dismissed reports that there is a shortage of defensive missiles in the U.S. stockpile as a result of the war in Iran.
And we have an unlimited supply, and so we're in great shape. But with that being said, we always want more. We have to have more. We have other things maybe come up.
The president also signed executive orders that target birthright citizenship after the Supreme Court rejected his bid to end the constitutional guarantee of citizenship to anyone born in the United States. Former Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell says he's out of a rehab facility and will continue physical therapy at home. He was last seen on Capitol Hill in June. His office says he suffered a fall at his home and was briefly unconscious. Investigators in Washington say the man in custody charged with starting last week's devastating fires in Spokane admitted to starting at least 25 fires between July 4th and August 11th.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Lawmakers are recommending towns to pause usage of flock cameras. Concerns about what the company does with the data it collects have risen in volume over the last few months, and Windsor and Killingworth have already decided against renewing their contracts with Flock. This follows a Board of Aldermen meeting in Milford this week, where multiple Milford residents voiced their concerns about the Flock cameras.
It is the people against the corporations. The real issue is that these cameras are most likely in violation of the Fourth Amendment. Okay?
Representatives from the company, as well as DOT Commissioner Josh Morgan, previously stated that it doesn't sell data to third-party customers, that the data is controlled only by them, and often it is deleted after 30 days.
The data is actually stored in the cloud. We use AWS GovCloud, basically the same cloud storage that the FBI uses, very encrypted, very secure. That data is hard deleted after 30 days by default.
Some of the cameras that have been installed have been damaged in acts of vandalism. Democratic State Senators Bob Duff and James Maroney are pushing for a pause, but others, like Republican State Senator Dr. Jeff Gordon, are hoping to enhance protections for flock. A 16-year-old boy is dead after he was hit by a Metro-North train in Norwalk last night. It happened around 8 p.m. south of the Merritt 7 station. He was pronounced dead at Norwalk Hospital. MTA and Norwalk police are investigating. No one on the Danbury-bound train was hurt. No injuries reported after a fire on East Main Street in Bridgeport. City Emergency Operations spokesperson Shauna White said firefighters were called to the 2800 block of East Main Street at approximately 11:50 this morning and found a working structure fire. White said crews quickly put out the fire, and while no one was injured, 8 people were displaced. The American Red Cross is assisting those who lost their home. The Connecticut State Board of Education is voting unanimously to adopt new cell phone policy in classrooms. The board is recommending bell-to-bell restrictions of cell phone usage with exemptions for medical or special education needs. Since the policy is a guideline rather than a mandate, individual districts will have to adopt the policy on their own. Many districts have their own policies in place, with 70% of elementary schools and 30% of high schools already implementing their own guidelines. Students say the enforcement of policies are inconsistent, and many are reluctant to give up their phones to start class. Secretary of the State Stephanie Thomas says election errors led to lawsuits in Hartford and Enfield. The 2 cases made it all the way to the state Supreme Court. The court ruled that 2 Democratic challengers have a right to be on the ballot after incorrect information from the Secretary of the State's office led to paperwork errors that nearly blocked their participation in the primaries. Both of the cases center around the process of gathering petition signatures. Hamden State Representative and Democratic candidate for Governor Josh Elliott is calling himself a, quote, black sheep. He says the moniker is representative of his origin story and standing as an outsider and nonconformist. Elliott is challenging incumbent Governor Ned Lamont, whose origin story comes from multi-generational wealth as the great-grandson of J.P. Morgan executive Thomas Lamont. Elliott, meanwhile, learned from his mother that his biological father was a sperm donor, and he says it gave him the sense growing up that he was surrounded by family that really wasn't his family. Elliott is hoping his bold, unconventional, quote, black sheep persona can lead to an upset win in the primary. A new Sacred Heart University poll conducted with WFSB Channel 3 and Connecticut Insider finds Connecticut voters are focused squarely on affordability heading into next week's primary elections, with the economy, housing costs, and energy prices topping the list of concerns. The survey found many voters feel the state's economy has worsened over the past year, with rising grocery costs, housing, and utility bills continuing to strain household budgets. Despite these concerns, most residents still rated their overall quality of life in Connecticut as good, highlighting a mix of economic anxiety and optimism as voters prepare to head to the polls. A $60,000 Connecticut lottery prize purchased in Bridgeport is set to expire because the winner has not yet come forward. According to Connecticut lottery officials, the winning Keno ticket was purchased at Daybreak Donuts on Madison Avenue in Bridgeport on February 12th, and if it is not claimed by August 11th, it will expire. The ticket holder must go to Connecticut Lottery headquarters in Wallingford to claim his or her prize. And the Connecticut Sun returned to the hardwood on Friday. Connecticut is hoping to turn things around after dropping 5 in a row. The Sun are hosting the Phoenix Mercury at Mohegan Sun Arena. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Heavy delays on the southbound side of 91 through Meriden, heading down towards Route 66. We do have delays eastbound 84 through Waterbury as you pass Middlebury. And the northbound side of 95 remains very slow, heading up towards exit 23 in Fairfield. I'm Andre with your WICC traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Tonight will be mild and muggy with a shower or thunderstorm in the mid-70s. Scattered afternoon showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. Hot and humid near 90. Saturday, partly sunny and hot with a shower or thunderstorm in the afternoon in the upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Trumbull is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, thank you, Chris. Wrap up of the day's news right there. WICC 600 AM, 95.9 FM, and of course online, voiceofct.com. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. This story in the Connecticut Post, bell-to-bell cell phone bans and new screen time limits could be coming to more Connecticut schools, says this story in the Post and in Hearst, written by Natasha Sokoloff from a few days ago. Board of Ed adopting, the State Board of Ed, I should say, adopting new guidance on Wednesday. Now, these are not hard and fast rules. This is guidance. Now, the guidance calls for school districts statewide to enact stricter policies for student use of personal devices and screens in schools as districts nationwide rethink the roles of technology in learning. State Board of Ed specifically recommending that Connecticut school districts enact personal technology use and purposeful screen time policies. Now, what are those, you ask? Well, I'm glad you asked, because I'll tell you. The policy should limit student use of cell phones, smartwatches, and other personal devices from the beginning to the end of the exact school day, and also have districts look at their relationship with technology and set new limits for school day screen time. That's according to the guidance. The push for tighter cell phone and screen time rules coming just ahead of the school year. 2 years. Remember this was 2 years ago. 2 years after the State Board of Ed adopted guidance for districts to develop policies that limit students' access to cell phones during the school day. And I know, a lot of people don't like this. They say, hey, what if there's an emergency? And I can understand that. We had tragedies like Newtown or whatever. And, parents are on edge. Heck, when my son was still younger, I was on edge about this stuff, too. Even when he was a little older and he had his cell phone. But, the evidence you see and hear here about that is, pretty much noticed by suburban school systems, urban school systems. You see this all the time. Now, I think this is a good idea. You may not like it. I'm all for it, at least for students to try it. Because they're glued to heck, how many of us are glued to our phones here? How many of times do we have a gluing of the phone thing going on here? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And there are a lot of people doing this, too. Get this. 70% of Connecticut elementary schools, 70%, currently have bell-to-bell cell phone limits. I didn't think it was that high. 71% of middle schools, but just 31% of high schools. State Education Commissioner Charlene Russell Tucker during the meeting on Wednesday saying we're seeing that these policies are indeed working. State officials citing results from a survey conducted by the Education Department from the October 2024 to February of 2025, showing nearly 100 school districts reported that their personal tech policies were either very effective or somewhat effective in increasing student engagement and student learning. All right. How can you be against that? And I think, what one thing is here, I think the fear is by some of these schools that still don't do it, especially if you get to the high school ages, and if you folks are out there, you teachers, you folks who are paraprofessionals and all that, if you get to the point where you're trying to police this among older students, bigger students, stronger students, And you may have older teachers. There are a lot of women. No offense, women. I'm not saying you can't handle yourself. But I would think part of this, and if you're a teacher, I'd love to have you comment on this as we wrap things up here. You know, if you do that, are you worried about getting into a physical altercation? And sadly, we've seen these videos pop up when it comes to video games and schools and all that. So I wonder if the reluctance, when you think about it, is actually a fear of getting into a physical altercation with the students. I mean, what if you have a male student who's maybe regular size for junior high school or even a little bigger or high school, and all of a sudden, you know, you say, well, put the phone away. And if he or she says no, what are you going to do? So that, I've always thought that was the reason that you didn't have a staunch, you know what I mean, a staunch ban here. This is why I think the state education department or the governor's office are both saying, hey, do what you can, do as you see fit for your individual school or school district.
Hi, this is David from Standard Oil. If you use propane to heat your home, now is the right time to sign up for automatic delivery and our award-winning service. We deliver propane for heating your home, propane for your cooktop, propane for your pool heater, and propane for your generator. We can even install a new propane fireplace in time for the holiday festivities. Most importantly, our technicians work 24/7 to provide you with the absolute best service possible. So for all your heating oil, air conditioning, and propane needs, call Standard Oil today or visit us online at standardoil.com.
Let's be honest, most of us spend a lot of time thinking about retirement, but not so much actually preparing for it. Each week, David Gagnon, he's the host of Mastering Your Wealth, he discusses the financial news of the day and explains how it could affect you as you get ready for retirement. Join David Saturday mornings at 8 for Mastering Your Wealth Radio right here on WICC 600. You can also visit masteringyourwealthradio.com.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text SPARK to 215-215 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text SPARK to 215-215. That's SPARK to 215-215.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
And delays continue. Northbound 95 heading up towards exit 23 in Fairfield with delays that go all the way back to Route 7 in Norwalk. And the Merritt Parkway, you still have some volume from Route 7 up to Route 8. Heavy on the eastbound side of 84 in Waterbury heading towards Route 8. I'm Andre with your WICC traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
A heat advisory will be in effect through tomorrow. A mild and muggy night on the way with a shower or thunderstorm in the mid-70s. Friday, scattered afternoon showers and thunderstorms, hot and humid near 90. Saturday, partly sunny and hot with a spot shower or thunderstorm in the afternoon in the upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Where you come when you want the local perspective on national matters. The voice of Connecticut and Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. WICC 695.9.
Yeah, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. While we were jaw-jacking here about a bunch of other stuff, earlier today, the Senate Homeland Security Committee voted today to hold Dr. Anthony Fauci in contempt of Congress over his refusal to answer questions during testimony before the committee last week, arguing that he inappropriately invoked the Fifth Amendment, yada, yada, yada. GOP-led committee voted 8-5 Thursday on a resolution to hold Fauci in contempt. All Democrats opposing, 2 more opposing by proxy vote. Next step would typically be a vote on the Senate floor. Rand Paul, Kentucky Republican, telling CBS he intends to send the contempt resolution directly to the Justice Department as a referral. Rand Paul has for years accused Dr. Fauci of misleading the public about the source of the outbreak of COVID-19 late 2019, early 2020, releasing more than 10,000 pages of Fauci's journal entries from his time leading the government's response. Fauci citing the release in his opening statement before the committee, claiming he was on an obvious obsession with calling for my prosecution. You know, Anthony Fauci is what, 83, 84, 85, 80, something like that. He looks pretty good for his age, still comports himself well. I wonder at this point, and I'm not taking Fauci's side in this, I'm not being, overly soft here, but I wonder at this point if there's a value in this. Look, I think everybody knows, or most people think, that this was a lab leak from China. Now, the common person like me that thinks that, you say to yourself, well, yeah, all right, could be, yeah, whatever, I get you. But we're not scientists, we're not doctors, but I think a lot of us do have common sense, right? We have a little bit of common sense, where we can say, hey, this doesn't really seem kosher here. And even, I hearken back to the 5 and 6 hour shows I was doing here daily about this when you and I were in the teeth of this. And we were having discussions on the air saying, well, yeah, this is more than likely or probably a lab leak, but they don't want to say it because they don't want to infuriate China. They don't want to rattle the markets. They don't want people to run in the streets and saying, hey, well, if this was a Chinese bioweapon or whatever, who knows? I mean, they were weird. And I said some pretty, wild things that were coming out of my head and my mouth here, most of which I still agree with. But what is the value toward going after Fauci like this at this point? And I know what you're saying. You're saying, well, Paul, the laws are laws and rules are rules. And yeah, okay, I guess. But, right, you kind of ask yourselves, what's the value here? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And, yeah, I guess, in all honesty, this appeals to the MAGA base, the Trump base, the base that a lot of people in Congress are appealing to right now. All right. I get it. But does this cause more harm than good? I guess that's my question here. Does this cause more harm than good? Does this cause more harm than good? Because you have to ask yourself, how does this really change anybody's minds on this? You know what I mean? Does this really change the minds of anybody? And I know that seeking proper legal recompense and making sure the law is followed and people who didn't follow the law are penalized. No, I get it. I understand it. I get it. But what does this accomplish in the end? What are you going to put Anthony Fauci in jail? You don't think you're going to get blowback on that from everybody who's not in the Republican base here? And yet I understand in principle what Rand Paul is looking for here. I kind of get it. I understand it. But do you understand where I'm coming from here? Now, again, when this started, I was kind of on the wagon of saying, hey, I don't think he's being truthful here, because remember what one of the first things he said was. And I remember playing the audio clip, the video attached to the audio on this program, when Dr. Fauci was on with Greg Kelly on Fox 5 in New York, and he said something to the effect of, the masks really aren't necessary here. And I'm saying to myself, well, wait a minute. How could the masks not be necessary if, in fact, it's an airborne virus? Like, I don't understand that. How is that possible? And it turns out he lied about that, as did a bunch of other people, because they didn't want people to make a run on buying all this protective equipment. So, yeah, right from the get-go, Fauci, you want to say it's a lie, you want to say it's a mistruth, whatever. I don't know. I guess you can. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I mean, I can see where people say, no, it doesn't matter how old somebody is. No, it doesn't matter how many people love him. No, it doesn't matter what books he's read. No, it doesn't matter what he did in the AIDS crisis and everything. But this was different. And am I condoning what he did? No, I'm not. I'm simply asking at this point, what does this prove? Unless you can get him to come out and say, look, we said what we said because we wanted to avoid mass hysteria. And we said what we said because we didn't want to inflame tensions with China and talk about something that, maybe we weren't completely convinced of. I mean, he was in a tough spot. Now, if he did wrong, and he should be held accountable for that. But look, I just think the last thing you want to do is make this guy a martyr. Because no matter what kind of truth you find, you should always find the truth. I'm not saying that. But at what point do you say, you know what, the people know the reality behind this? And let's just learn our lessons. Maybe we make some public admissions and we move on.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
And delays continue. Northbound 95 heading up towards exit 23 in Fairfield, with delays that go all the way back to Route 7 in Norwalk. And the Merritt Parkway, you still have some volume from Route 7 up to Route 8. Heavy on the eastbound side of 84 in Waterbury, heading towards Route 8. I'm Andre with your WICC traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Tonight will be mild and muggy with a shower or thunderstorm in the mid-70s. Scattered afternoon showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. Hot and humid near 90. Saturday, partly sunny and hot with a shower or thunderstorm in the afternoon in the upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli.
All right, before we wave a bye-bye for today, Kieran in Ridgefield. Kieran, hi, you're on WICC. What's up?
Well, I don't think this is a red or a blue issue. He's a public figure, and besides being held, he should be held accountable there are other people that should be named. And it's not a conspiracy, and a lot of people died, but everything went on.
Sure.
We weren't told the truth, and he should be held accountable.
Okay.
One rule for them, one rule for us, and it shouldn't be a red or blue item. That's my main point. His age shouldn't be a get-out-of-jail-free card. If I rob a bank and I get away with it for 30 years, then you catch me. Can I keep the money then?
No, you're right. You're right. Oh, I understand it. And
this is not the first time he screwed the public. Let's go back to the AIDS epidemic. So he should be put on the stand, and he should answer the darn questions. There is a time and a place for the fifth, but this is not it.
Yeah, and Karen, thank you. Appreciate the call there from beautiful Ridgefield. And maybe this has to do with what kind of maybe an olive branch, if you will, that Senator Paul was extending during those hearings that we carried some of them live right here on WICC. What did he say? If Dr. Fauci would just come out and say, listen, we made a mistake. I made a mistake here. I said this when I shouldn't have said this, and I said that when I should have said that. Maybe we'll be all right with this. So we'll see how this all shakes out, What I think actually happened here is Fauci and Deborah Birx and some other scientists, they knew what the deal was here. I mean, you don't get to be of that level. Now, you also don't know, because you really don't know here. And I'm just kind of freelancing here, whatever. You really don't know if he was told to do certain things. Maybe I'm just kind of floating all the possibilities here. Was he told? No, you will say this and that could be. Paul Bjork on the weather, Chris Williams producing, and Andre on traffic. Thank you so much. All the great callers today. Love you. Take a few hours off. We'll come back bright and early for a Friday show tomorrow at 2.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Brian Clark. A federal judge dismissed the indictment of the former Olympian who was charged with vandalizing the reflecting pool at the Lincoln Memorial. U.S. Attorney for Washington, Jeanine Pirro, requested the charges be dropped. That angered President Trump. Today in the Oval